Some nights feel ordinary until they quietly aren't. Until a small detail, barely noticeable, begins to feel heavier than it should. This is one of those stories that reminds you how thin the walls of comfort can be, and how easily silence can be interrupted. It happened during a warm summer night in 2023, the kind where the air feels thick and unmoving even after the sun has gone down. A thunderstorm rolled slowly through the area, distant and steady, the rain tapping gently against pavement and windows like a patient rhythm meant to lull people to sleep. My parents were staying in a small, one-room apartment on the first floor, close to the road that led into the complex. Cars passed occasionally, tires hissing softly on wet asphalt, their headlights briefly painting pale shapes across the ceiling. They went to bed early that night, settling in around 9. The storm outside blended with the familiar sounds of the building. Pipes clicking, wind brushing against the walls, creating a comforting, predictable background. It was the kind of night where sleep comes easily, wrapped in routine and a sense of safety. A few hours later, my mother stirred. At first, she didn't know why she had woken up. There was no loud noise, no sudden crash of thunder, just a feeling, subtle, persistent, that something was different. As her eyes adjusted to the dim room, she noticed a faint glow. The light inside the closet was on, casting a thin line beneath the door. Still half asleep, she assumed it was my father. Maybe he'd gotten up for something and forgotten to turn it off. It didn't seem worth fully waking for. She turned slightly, pulling the blanket closer, trying to drift back into sleep. But then she heard movement. Not loud, not frantic, just a soft, irregular sound coming from the closet. A rustle, a shift, the kind of noise that doesn't belong to any familiar routine. It continued long enough to pull her fully awake, her thoughts slowly sharpening, unease settling in where sleep had been. Finally, she spoke into the dim room, her voice calm but edged with confusion. "What are you doing in there?" The words barely had time to fade before my father suddenly bolted upright beside her. Confusion flashed into alarm in an instant. He hadn't been awake. He hadn't been in the closet. His voice rose, sharp and urgent, shouting into the darkness, warning whoever was there to leave, insisting he was armed, demanding an answer. There was only silence. The storm outside seemed to pause in that moment, the rain thinning, the air holding still. My father stood and moved toward the closet, every step heavy with tension. He pulled the door open fully, light spilling into the room. Inside stood a man they had never seen before. He was tall, impossibly so in the cramped space, his presence filling the doorway. Long, dark hair hung wet and matted over his face, obscuring his features completely. His skin glistened under the light, rain still dripping from his hair onto the floor. The only thing he wore was a towel wrapped loosely around his body, clinging and uneven. No words were spoken. Time stretched thin. My parents shouted again, fear and disbelief mixing in their voices, the room suddenly feeling far too small. Without reacting, without looking up, the man slowly turned. My father slid the door open to the outside, rain and thunder rushing in, and the figure stepped out into the storm as quietly as he had arrived, disappearing into the night. The police arrived not long after, lights washing the apartment in red and blue, the storm finally breaking fully overhead. The man was found nearby. He was homeless, they were told, soaked from the rain, looking for dry clothes and shelter. He was taken away without resistance. On paper, the story ends there. But the feeling didn't. Months later, when my parents learned he had been released, something shifted for them. The apartment no longer felt the same. The closet light, the sound of rain, the simple act of sleeping through the night, all of it carried a faint echo of that moment. They moved to another town soon after, choosing distance over familiarity, peace over questions. What lingers for me isn't anger, or even fear in its sharpest form. It's the quiet realization of how easily privacy can vanish, how thin the line is between safety and intrusion, how an ordinary night can open its eyes and show you something you weren't meant to see. And as the rain continues to fall softly outside, as this story drifts to its close, it gently fades into the next one. Another reminder whispered in the dark, waiting patiently to be told. Some stories arrive quietly, like a thought that drifts in just before sleep. They don't shout or demand attention. They simply sit beside you, calm and heavy, and ask to be remembered. This is one of those stories. I heard it through my mother, in the gentle way difficult truths are often shared. A friend of hers, a kind woman with soft eyes and a careful voice, had been widowed some years ago. She spoke of her husband not with bitterness, but with a steady sadness, as if the memory had learned to live inside her rather than wound her. He had been a man of routines, she said, the kind of person who found peace in repetition, comfort in familiar paths. Every morning, he rode his bicycle through the forest near their home. The trail was narrow and well-loved, winding between tall trees that whispered softly when the wind passed through. Sunlight filtered down in broken patterns, and the air always carried the scent of pine and damp earth. He wore his helmet every time. He followed the same path, greeted the same birds, listened to the same quiet rhythm of tires against dirt. It was his way of beginning the day grounded and calm. On that particular morning, nothing seemed different. The forest stood as it always had. The trail waited patiently. The sky offered no warning. Somewhere along the ride, there was a sudden loss of balance. Nothing dramatic, nothing anyone could have seen from a distance. Just a moment where gravity gently but firmly took over, guiding him off the path and into the brush beside it. Only a few steps from the trail, hidden by leaves and low branches, he came to rest. He was still conscious, aware of the world around him. The forest sounds continued as they always had, the wind through the leaves, distant birds calling to one another, the soft creak of trees shifting in place. But his body would not respond the way he asked it to. His voice would not carry. He could not rise, could not call out, could not make himself known to the path that lay so close by. Time passed differently there, beneath the canopy. Hours blurred into one another. Light shifted slowly across the forest floor, and shadows lengthened without urgency. Somewhere beyond the trees, people went about their days, unaware of the quiet struggle unfolding just out of sight. The trail remained empty, offering no footsteps, no passing riders, no chance discovery. When he was finally found, days later, it was by chance rather than intention. The forest had kept its secret gently, almost tenderly. Those who came to understand what had happened spoke carefully, choosing their words with respect. There had been an injury, one hidden beneath the protection he always wore. Not something meant to be described in detail, only something that explained why he could not move, why he could not speak, why the waiting had been so long. The knowledge that he had endured those hours weighed heavily on everyone who heard the story, not because of fear, but because of empathy, because of the quietness of it all. The way life can slip into stillness without warning, even in places we believe to be safe and familiar. In time, his wife moved forward, carrying him with her in memory rather than presence. She spoke of him often, especially when the forest came up in conversation. Not with anger, not with dread, just with a softer voice, and a pause that lingered a little longer than usual. Now, when I think of that trail, I imagine it at dusk. The trees standing watch, the path resting in silence, and the forest, calm as ever, holding its stories without judgment. As this one gently fades, another waits nearby, quiet, patient, ready to be told when you're ready to drift a little deeper into the night. Some stories don't shout to be frightening. They simply linger, like a quiet thought you can't quite shake before sleep. This is one of those stories, soft, distant, and heavy with unanswered questions. A small town, a peaceful night, and a silence that still hasn't learned how to speak. I first heard about Villisca, Iowa, as a place that barely seemed real. A gentle town surrounded by open fields, where nights were dark but comforting, and mornings arrived slowly with the sound of chores and familiar routines. In 1912, life there moved at an unhurried pace. People knew one another by name. Doors were often locked more out of habit than fear. Nothing about the town suggested that it would one day be remembered for something so deeply unsettling. On a warm evening in early summer, a family returned home after attending a church service. It had been an ordinary night, filled with hymns, handshakes, and the familiar rhythm of shared faith. Back at the house, there were small comforts, simple food, quiet conversation, the soft feeling of winding down after a long day. The kind of evening that feels safe simply because it always has been. One by one, the house settled into sleep. Lamps were turned low. Footsteps faded. Beds creaked gently as bodies found rest. Outside, the town slept too, unaware that this calm night would never truly end for the people inside that home. By morning, something felt wrong. The sun rose as it always did, but the house remained still. No movement, no sounds of breakfast, no sign of the daily routines that usually marked the beginning of the day. A neighbor noticed. At first, it was just a passing thought, then a growing concern. The doors were locked, the windows closed. Nothing looked disturbed, yet something felt deeply out of place. When family members were finally called to check on the house, the truth revealed itself quietly, cruelly, and without explanation. The stillness inside was not sleep. It was something final. What followed only deepened the unease. Word spread quickly through the town, and with it came crowds. People entered the home freely, moving through rooms, touching things, speaking in hushed tones. In their shock and disbelief, they unknowingly erased the very clues that might have offered answers. The house became heavy with footsteps, whispers, and confusion, as though the truth itself was being slowly buried under human presence. Investigators arrived, but the damage was already done. Leads faded. Suspects came and went. Stories conflicted. The town waited for certainty, for a name, for something solid to hold on to. None ever came. Years passed. Decades passed. The house remained. Today, when people speak of Villisca, they often speak softly, not because the details are loud, but because the silence is. There is something deeply unsettling about a mystery that refuses to close, about lives interrupted without reason, about a night that still has no ending. What makes this story so unsettling isn't just what happened, it's what never did. No resolution, no final explanation. Just a quiet house, a small town, and a question that has been echoing for over a century. And as the night grows calmer and your thoughts begin to slow, that question gently fades into the background, making room for the next story, waiting patiently in the dark, ready to be told. Some memories don't announce themselves as frightening at first. They sit quietly in the background, waiting for time to give them meaning. Only later do they return, softened by distance, yet heavier than before. This is one of those memories. For many years, my life followed the steady rhythm of military orders. My husband served in the army, and with that came constant movement. Packing boxes, learning new roads, saying goodbye before roots could truly take hold. One of those places was deep in the desert, a stretch of land so vast and empty it felt like the earth itself was holding its breath. There was only one road leading in and out, a long, quiet ribbon of asphalt cutting through sand and stone. The nearest town was half an hour away, and even that felt far removed from anything familiar. The desert had its own kind of silence. Not the peaceful kind, but something deeper. The wind whispered endlessly across the ground, brushing against the car windows like fingertips. Heat shimmered in the distance, bending the horizon until it looked unreal. Driving that road became routine for me, a solitary journey accompanied only by the hum of the engine and the endless sky overhead. One afternoon, as I made that drive, something caught my eye along the shoulder of the road. It wasn't blocking the way, just resting there, still and dark. At first glance, it looked like debris, something discarded and forgotten. There was a faint disturbance in the air around it, but nothing that made me slow down. Strange things happened out there all the time. The desert had a way of swallowing oddities and keeping its secrets. I continued on, the image fading quickly in my rear-view mirror. By the time I reached my destination, it was already filed away as another unremarkable moment in an unremarkable drive. Life went on as usual, or at least it seemed to. Later, quietly and without ceremony, the truth surfaced. A soldier had recently returned from deployment. People said he came home carrying more weight than anyone realized. What unfolded afterwards spread through the base in hushed conversations, never spoken loudly, never repeated the same way twice. Somewhere between rumor and fact, the story settled into place. That lonely stretch of road, the isolated shoulder, the stillness I had passed without a second thought. When I realized what I had unknowingly driven past, my stomach tightened, not in shock, but in something colder. A delayed understanding, the kind that arrives gently, yet lingers far longer than fear ever could. There was no dramatic moment of realization, no sudden clarity, just a quiet heaviness that settled in my chest. The desert, unchanged and indifferent, continued to stretch endlessly beyond the base. The road remained the same. The wind still whispered. But for me, it was no longer empty. It carried memory now. A reminder of how easily something terrible can blend into the background when the world is wide and silent enough. There were other stories, too. Whispers that followed afterward, drifting through the base like dust on the wind. Some were likely untrue, shaped by uncertainty and imagination. Others were grounded in reality. I never tried to sort them out. The truth I already knew was enough. Over time, that place became just another chapter in our long list of moves. We packed up again, said our goodbyes, and left the desert behind. Yet even now, when I think of long, empty roads and wide, open landscapes, my mind drifts back to that drive, to the quiet way danger can exist without announcing itself, to how easily the ordinary can conceal something far darker. As the night settles in and the world grows still, that memory fades into the distance once more. It doesn't demand attention. It simply rests there, like the desert itself, vast, silent, and holding stories beneath the surface, waiting calmly as the road stretches onward into the next one. Some stories don't frighten you because of what happened. They frighten you because of how calmly they are remembered, because of the quiet way someone speaks, as if nothing unusual ever occurred. This is one of those stories. Years ago, I worked alongside a forensic psychologist. Our days were filled with careful conversations, slow observations, and long silences that often spoke louder than words. The office itself was always hushed, soft lighting, ticking clocks, and the faint sound of traffic far away. It was the kind of place where emotions were handled gently, wrapped in professionalism and distance. One of our clients was a man whose name carried weight, even before he ever entered the room. He was known for a case from the 1980s, one that had quietly reshaped laws and definitions, though most people never realized why. He had once fixated on a woman so intensely that her daily life slowly shrank around his presence. Even when distance existed, even when barriers were put in place, the pressure never lifted. Eventually, when she sought legal protection, everything escalated. The events that followed were widely documented, spoken about in newsrooms and courtrooms. Several lives were lost. She survived, though forever changed. It was a tragedy that unfolded not in chaos, but through deliberate, calculated steps. By the time I encountered him, decades had passed. He was on death row, though that sentence was under review. New evaluations had surfaced, new diagnoses examined, and questions were being asked about how his mind worked, about what he understood and what he never did. He himself was strangely uninterested in leniency. That alone was unsettling, but not in the way people expect. The truly chilling part came during the interviews. He spoke slowly, evenly. His voice never wavered. There was no anger, no regret, no emotional fluctuation at all. He described the past the way someone might describe the weather. Facts without weight, memories without feeling. As he talked, the room felt colder, though nothing physically changed. I remember noticing the hum of the lights, the way my own breathing sounded too loud. At one point, my supervisor gently asked about the families left behind. It wasn't an accusation, just a question meant to understand perception. He paused, as if considering something abstract, then answered in a flat tone that still echoes in my mind. To him, absence was simple. People were just no longer present. That was all. There was no malice in his voice. No satisfaction either. Just emptiness. Later, I learned how his case had influenced the world outside those walls. Laws were rewritten because of him. Definitions expanded. Protection was extended to people who once had none. His actions had forced society to recognize that harm doesn't always require proximity, that fear can exist without touch, without distance being crossed. One afternoon, my supervisor arranged for us to meet him inside the prison. San Quentin carried its own atmosphere. Heavy doors, echoing corridors, and an ever-present stillness. When we entered the interview room, she surprised me by asking the guards to remove his restraints and step outside. She believed honesty required space. I remember the sound of the door closing behind them, final and thick. For a moment, it was just the three of us. A small room, muted light, and a man whose calmness felt more dangerous than rage ever could. Nothing happened. No threats, no sudden movements. Just conversation. Yet I have never felt more aware of my own heartbeat. When we finally left, the air outside felt different, lighter somehow. The sky looked the same, the world unchanged, but I carried something quiet with me, an understanding that the most unsettling thing isn't violence itself, but the complete absence of feeling behind it. As night settles in and your thoughts begin to drift, this story fades gently into the background. It becomes just another reminder that true fear doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers calmly, evenly, and waits as the next story slowly begins to unfold. Some nights linger longer than others. They settle into memory like a held breath, quiet and unresolved. This is one of those nights, softly spoken, but never forgotten. A moment where stillness made all the difference. When my mother was young, my grandparents lived in Monterey Park, just east of Los Angeles. It was a modest neighborhood, the kind where porches faced the street and the evenings carried the distant hum of passing cars. On most nights, the air felt calm, almost sleepy. But during that time, there was an unspoken tension drifting through Southern California, like a low cloud that never quite lifted. People locked their doors earlier. Curtains stayed drawn. Radios murmured late into the night with news updates spoken in careful tones. Everyone knew the name being whispered, though no one liked to say it out loud. There was a sense that danger moved quietly, choosing moments when the world felt most still. My grandfather worked long hours as a trucker. He often came home well after dark, when the house had already settled into silence. His routine was simple and steady, something grounding after days spent on the road. He would sit in the living room, just a few steps from the front door, the television casting a soft glow across the walls while the rest of the house slept. That living room faced the street directly. The door was old, solid, and familiar. Nothing about it ever felt threatening, until one night when the quiet shifted. It was late. The television murmured low, almost a whisper. Outside, the street was empty, wrapped in darkness. Then, without warning, the doorknob began to move. Not violently, just enough to be noticed. A gentle, deliberate testing, as if someone were listening for a response. My grandfather didn't move at first. He simply watched the door, listening. The sound came again, subtle, patient. The kind of sound that makes your thoughts slow down, narrowing to a single point of awareness. Everyone in the house knew what had been happening across the city. They knew about doors opened in the night, about shadows slipping away before sunrise. There was no confusion about what this might mean, only clarity. Without panic, my grandfather stood and went to the closet. The house remained silent. No footsteps, no voices, just the soft movement of the door handle, and then nothing. He returned to the living room and made his presence unmistakably known. A single, deliberate sound filled the space, clear, mechanical, final. A sound that carried meaning without words. The movement at the door stopped immediately. No footsteps retreated, no rush, just absence. The kind that feels heavier than noise. My grandfather stayed awake for a long while after that, sitting quietly as the night passed around him. Eventually, when the silence felt settled again, he went to bed. Morning came as it always did. Sunlight returned. Birds resumed their places on the power lines. The house stood exactly as it had the day before. Whether the incident was reported or not has faded with time, but the feeling of that night never did. Days later, the news confirmed what the neighborhood already feared. Another attack. Another nearby street. The danger hadn't been imagined. It had been close. Uncomfortably close. It's impossible to know who stood on the other side of that door. Maybe it was someone passing through. Maybe it was nothing. Or maybe it was something that paused, reconsidered, and moved on. When I think about it now, what stays with me isn't fear, it's timing. The fragile way lives hinge on quiet decisions and ordinary routines. A man coming home late. A light left on. A sound made at the right moment. The house in Monterey Park still exists, unchanged in photographs. And every time I hear this story, I'm reminded that some moments don't announce their importance. They happen softly, then fade into the night, leaving the rest of life to continue, unaware of how close it came to being something else. And as this memory gently drifts away, it makes room for the next quiet story, waiting patiently in the dark, ready to be told in a voice just as calm. Some stories arrive like a whisper from the past, soft at first, almost hesitant, as if they're afraid of waking something that should remain asleep. This is one of those stories. I still remember my friend the way she was before everything else tried to define her. The world around us was ordinary then. School hallways filled with echoes, weekends shaped by music and plans that felt endless. There was nothing about those days that suggested how fragile safety could be, or how quietly danger can grow when it isn't taken seriously. She was kind in a way that felt effortless. The kind of person who listened fully, who noticed details, who loved deeply but never loudly. When she decided to step away from a relationship that no longer felt right, she did it calmly, trusting that honesty would be enough. She believed that saying no was allowed. She believed it would be respected. But the tone of her life shifted after that. Not abruptly, more like a slow dimming of the lights. Messages began arriving that didn't feel loving anymore. Words twisted into accusations, into control disguised as concern. She tried to ignore it, then tried to reason with it, and finally tried to protect herself from it by asking for help. She did what people are told to do. She went to the authorities. She explained the fear that had begun to settle into her days, the pressure that followed her from screen to screen, place to place. But the danger didn't look loud enough to them. It didn't look urgent enough. And so it was allowed to linger unchecked, like a shadow that no one wanted to name. One evening, she went somewhere that should have been safe. A familiar home. Familiar faces. Laughter drifting through rooms that had held it many times before. For a little while, things felt normal again. The kind of normal that makes you believe the worst has passed. What happened next unfolded quickly, but it didn't feel quick to those who lived through it. Confusion. Fear. A moment when the night broke open and could never be put back the same way again. When the silence finally returned, it carried a weight that has never fully lifted. In the days that followed, the world felt unreal, as if everything were slightly out of focus. Her absence was louder than any sound. The unfairness of it pressed in quietly, persistently. The knowledge that she had been taken simply because someone could not accept her autonomy, that knowledge settled deep and stayed there. Even after, the harm did not stop neatly. Her parents were forced to face reminders they never should have had to read. Words that spoke of love but felt hollow and wrong, arriving where peace should have been allowed to grow. Grief was asked to carry far too much. But when I think of her now, I try not to let the ending speak the loudest. I remember her favorite music drifting through car speakers, windows down, voices overlapping as we sang without worrying how it sounded. I remember her love for art, for stories told on stages and screens, for emotion and drama and beauty. I remember a crowded car during a school trip, laughter spilling out of us as we went for Chinese food, squeezing too many teenagers into too little space, certain that life would always feel that full. She existed far beyond the moment she was lost. She was joy and talent and warmth. She was the kind of person who deserved a long, gentle life. As this story settles into the quiet, let it rest there, not in fear, but in remembrance. And as the night continues, and another story waits patiently in the dark, allow this one to fade softly, like music playing low in the background, guiding you calmly into the next. Some places don't feel haunted by what you see. They feel haunted by what people remember smelling, by warnings that never quite became answers, and by quiet moments that were misunderstood until it was too late. I grew up in a small town where nothing much ever happened. The kind of place where days blurred together, where shops stayed open on habit rather than foot traffic, and where everyone knew the sound of everyone else's car. Right in the middle of town stood a modest building split into two halves. One side sold second-hand clothes, racks packed tightly together, fabric carrying the faint memory of other lives. The other side held sports collectibles, glass cases filled with trophies, cards, and quiet nostalgia. 4 months before that spring day, something felt off. The staff in the clothing shop would talk about it in low voices while folding sweaters or tagging donated coats. A smell would drift through the store now and then. Not strong, not overwhelming, just enough to notice. Just enough to make someone pause mid-task and wonder if they were imagining it. A faint, unsettling hint of gas that seemed to appear and disappear without pattern. They did what they were supposed to do. They called the fire department. They called the gas company. Professionals came in with calm voices and serious expressions. Detectors were brought out. Pipes were inspected. Even the ground outside was opened up, lines exposed and tested. Each visit ended the same way, with reassurance. Nothing was wrong. No leak. No danger. And yet, the smell kept coming back. It became one of those things people mentioned casually, almost jokingly. "That smell again," someone would say. Then life would continue. Customers came and went. Registers opened and closed. The building stood quietly through it all, holding its breath. April 16th arrived like any other day. Ordinary. Forgettable. No warnings in the sky. No signs written into the morning. Somewhere inside that building, a furnace did what furnaces are meant to do. It turned on, and in a moment, one brief, irreversible moment, everything changed. The explosion tore through the structure with a force no one could have imagined. Fire followed, swift and unforgiving. By the time the chaos settled, 6 lives were gone. Many others were injured. A place that had once smelled faintly of old clothes and dust was reduced to silence and ash. The investigation that followed was long and meticulous. Every pipe was examined again. Every system scrutinized. But this time, the answers never came. No fault was found. No clear cause identified. Just a space where certainty should have been. What lingers with me isn't the blast itself. It's the months before it. The quiet warnings. The unanswered calls. The way something so subtle could exist in plain sight, dismissed again and again because it didn't demand attention loudly enough. Even now, when I pass places like that, old buildings, small shops, rooms filled with history, I find myself slowing down, listening more closely, trusting the small instincts that whisper instead of shout. And as this story gently fades, let your thoughts drift with it, because somewhere, in another quiet place, there's another memory waiting to be told. Some fears don't arrive with footsteps or shadows. They drift in quietly, like a change in the wind you only notice once the room feels colder. This is one of those stories. The kind that whispers instead of screams, and lingers gently, like rain against a dark window. I remember the first time I learned about the great ocean current, not from a breaking headline, but from a late night spent reading while the world slept. Outside, the air was still, and the hum of distant traffic blended with the steady rhythm of my breathing. It felt harmless enough at first, just another system, another invisible process keeping the planet balanced, like a slow heartbeat beneath the surface of the sea. They call it the Atlantic's Great Conveyor, a vast movement of warm and cold water flowing quietly across the planet. For thousands of years, it has carried warmth northward, softening winters, feeding rains, guiding seasons. No one sees it, no one hears it, and yet nearly everyone depends on it without knowing its name. What unsettled me wasn't the science itself, but the tone in which it was described. Careful, measured. The language of people who don't want to alarm you, even as they gently explain that something ancient is growing tired. That the current, steady and patient, has been slowing, just a little at a time. A fraction here, a hesitation there, like a breath held for a moment too long. I began to imagine the oceans at night, dark and vast, moving with quiet purpose. Cold water sinking where it once flowed freely. Warm water lingering where it should have moved on. The kind of change no one notices day to day. The way you don't notice a clock running slow until you've missed an hour. They say that sometime in the middle of this century, perhaps sooner, perhaps later, the system could reach a point where it simply cannot recover. Not with a dramatic snap or roar, but with a gentle failure. A circulation that weakens until it no longer circulates at all. An ending so quiet it might take years to fully understand what has happened. I picture Europe under softer, grayer skies, seasons shifting into something unfamiliar, winters growing longer, summers losing their warmth. Along distant coastlines, the sea rising slowly, not crashing in, but calmly claiming space it once respected. Streets that flood not with storms, but with inevitability. Farther away, rain patterns wander from where they once belonged. Forests that relied on steady moisture begin to dry, leaf by leaf. Monsoons hesitate, arrive late, or not at all. The world doesn't end in fire or noise. It simply becomes less predictable, less gentle, slightly out of tune. What makes it unsettling isn't the scale, but the permanence. Once this current stops, it doesn't restart in a human lifetime. No switch to flip, no repair to make. Just a slow acceptance that something fundamental has changed, and will remain changed long after we're gone. And yet, even as these thoughts settled in, there was a strange calm to them. The planet has always moved in long cycles, far longer than any single life. The ocean doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It simply responds, patiently, to what it's given. That night, I closed my window and listened to the rain. The sound was steady, reassuring, almost timeless. Whatever the future holds, the present moment was still here. Still warm. Still quiet. Still safe. So if this thought drifts into your mind as you rest tonight, let it pass gently. Like a distant tide you don't need to follow. The ocean will keep moving for now, and you are allowed to sleep. And as the rain continues, and the darkness deepens, we drift onward, into the next quiet story waiting just beyond the current. Some stories arrive quietly, like a breeze through an open window. Others settle in slowly, leaving behind a feeling you can't quite shake. This is one of those stories. The kind that reminds you how thin the line is between ordinary mornings and lives forever changed. Across the street from where I once lived, there was a woman who came and went without much notice. The neighborhood itself was calm, the kind of place where mornings smelled like fresh grass and evenings settled into soft amber light. Back then, I didn't know much about her story. Only that one day she was there, and not long after, she was gone. It felt like one of those quiet changes neighborhoods absorb without question. What I learned later was that she had left suddenly, early into a pregnancy, escaping a marriage that had become dangerous. With the help of kind strangers working quietly behind the scenes, she disappeared on purpose. She moved gently from place to place, never staying long, like someone trying not to leave footprints in fresh snow. Across several states, she stayed in safe rooms and borrowed spaces, always listening, always careful. Eventually, she found a moment of stillness, living with her father, rebuilding her sense of peace, and beginning again. Time passed, slow and hopeful. She met someone new, someone kind, someone who ran beside her in the mornings and laughed easily. When her child was born, it seemed like the world had finally softened around her. A small life, warm and safe, wrapped in quiet routines and simple joys. From the outside, it looked like the ending she had worked so hard to reach. But fear, when left unresolved, can be patient. One calm morning, the air still cool and pale with early light, that patience broke. I remember sitting in my car, bags still on the seat beside me after a weekend away, letting the engine idle. Birds moved through the trees. Everything felt normal, almost too normal. Then something shifted. A sound that didn't belong. A tension in the air that made my chest tighten before my mind could catch up. I stayed where I was, heart steady but alert, calling for help with hands that felt strangely calm. From a distance, events unfolded quickly and quietly, like a door closing too hard somewhere down the street. The violence itself is not what stays with me. It's the suddenness, the way safety can fracture without warning, even after so much effort to protect it. Help arrived swiftly. What followed was a stillness so deep it felt unreal, as though the neighborhood itself was holding its breath. Later, I learned how long he had been searching, how many people had tried to shield her, how far fear can follow when it's fueled by obsession. Justice came, heavy and final, but far too late to undo what had already been taken. In the days that followed, the street returned to its routines. Lawns were watered, cars passed. Life somehow continued. Yet something invisible lingered, a reminder that courage doesn't always get the ending it deserves, and that survival is sometimes quiet, fragile, and incomplete. Even now, when mornings are still and the world feels suspended between night and day, I think about how easily peace can be mistaken for permanence. And as that thought settles, I let it drift away, making room for the next story. Another whisper in the dark, waiting patiently to be told. Some stories arrive quietly, like falling snow, and yet they stay with you far longer than you expect. They don't shout or demand attention. They simply rest in the back of your mind, waiting for a silent moment to return. This is one of those stories. I first heard it late at night, when the world felt still and distant, the kind of quiet where even heavy thoughts seemed to move slowly. It was mentioned almost casually, alongside other tragedies people speak about in hushed tones. But something about this one settled deeper, like a low, steady echo that refused to fade. It begins in an ordinary place, under an ordinary sky. A small town, familiar streets, and a mother who lived a life that once felt safe and predictable. She had routines, neighbors who nodded politely, and a child whose laughter filled her days. The kind of life that doesn't seem remarkable until it is suddenly torn open. One evening, everything changed. An accident, they called it. A man behind the wheel, careless and unsteady, crossing a line that should never have been crossed. The mother witnessed it all from only a few steps away, frozen in disbelief as her world collapsed into silence. The sound of her child's voice was replaced by an unbearable quiet that followed her home and never left. What came next was not comfort, but disappointment. Courtrooms filled with cold air and colder words. Officials who shuffled papers and spoke of technicalities. The man responsible walked free, his life continuing as if nothing had happened. To the world, the case was closed. To the mother, it never even began. Time moved forward, but she remained still inside. Days passed. Seasons changed. And slowly, something in her hardened, like stone warmed by grief. She began to notice patterns, where the man went, how he lived, how easily laughter returned to his face. She did not rush. She did not act in anger. She simply watched, quietly, patiently, letting the days drift by like falling leaves. One night, when the air felt heavy and unfocused, fate offered her an opening. The man, lost in his own carelessness once again, crossed paths with her. She spoke gently, calmly, her voice steady. There was no shouting, no struggle, only a quiet invitation, accepted without thought. What followed unfolded slowly, behind closed doors, away from the world that had failed her. Days blurred together in a strange, muted rhythm. The man began to understand, too late, the weight of the life he had destroyed. His bravado faded, replaced by a growing, suffocating awareness. Each day carried the same heavy lesson, delivered without haste or mercy. She spoke to him sometimes, her words soft and deliberate. She told him stories. She reminded him of consequences, of responsibility, of the things courts sometimes forget. Her voice never rose. It didn't need to. The truth carried enough weight on its own. Eventually, when there was nothing left to say, the story came to its quiet end. No triumph, no relief. Just an empty stillness where grief and vengeance finally met, leaving behind only silence. When I think about it now, what unsettles me most isn't what happened behind those walls. It's how ordinary everything was before, how easily lives can intersect, and how fragile justice can feel when viewed through the eyes of someone who has lost everything. The world moved on, as it always does. But somewhere, in the quiet spaces between headlines and conversations, that story lingers, soft, heavy, and unresolved. And as this tale gently fades, another waits in the darkness, ready to unfold just as slowly, just as quietly, as the night continues. Some stories don't announce themselves with noise. They arrive quietly, years later, carried in hushed voices and long pauses. This is one of those stories. The kind that lingers softly in the background, like a memory you can never quite shake. I heard this one from my mother, long after it happened, on a night when she stepped away from home simply because she needed space to breathe. Some memories ask for silence before they can be spoken, and when she finally shared it, her voice was slow, careful, almost distant, like she was walking through it again, one step at a time. When my parents were younger, still in college, they were part of a small circle of friends who spent late nights talking about the future. One of those friends was a gentle, thoughtful man who had recently become engaged. On the surface, everything looked settled and safe. Plans were being made. Lives were moving forward. But quietly, beneath it all, something felt wrong to him. He began to notice how tightly controlled his world had become. Decisions that used to be his own were questioned. Conversations felt monitored. Over time, that quiet discomfort grew heavier, until he finally made the difficult choice to call off the engagement. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cruel. It was simply honest. He wanted his life back. Not long after, tragedy unfolded in a way no one could have imagined. In a quiet row of townhouses, a car was left running inside a garage. The building was old. The warning systems, if they existed at all, were unreliable. What happened next wasn't loud. There were no alarms, no frantic sounds. Just a slow, invisible presence filling the space while people slept. By morning, the entire building was silent. Everyone inside was gone. Families, children, lives that had nothing to do with heartbreak or control or resentment. They were simply there, and then they weren't. The woman who had once been engaged was among them. Her family spoke of it as a terrible accident, a mistake, something unthinkable but unintentional. There was no letter, no explanation left behind. But those who knew her well remembered patterns, moments of intensity, of control, of emotional extremes that had been brushed aside or excused over time. Sometimes, the most unsettling truths are the ones that never receive official confirmation. At her funeral, she was dressed for a wedding that would never happen. White fabric, flowers, a ceremony meant to celebrate beginnings, now marking an end. The image stayed with my mother long after, the quiet contrast between what should have been and what was. She told me that what haunted her most wasn't anger. It was the stillness. The way something so devastating happened without a single scream, without anyone having the chance to wake up and understand what was happening. Just an ordinary night that gently slipped into something final. Even now, my family rarely speaks of it. Some stories don't need retelling. They settle into the corners of your mind instead, reminding you how fragile shared spaces can be, how one person's quiet decision can ripple outward into lives they never meant to touch. And as that memory fades into the background, like footsteps down a long hallway, we drift gently onward, toward the next story waiting softly in the dark. Some memories don't arrive loudly. They drift back in quietly, late at night, when the world is still and your thoughts slow down. This is one of those memories. The kind that settles in gently and stays. I'm 33 now, far removed from the version of myself who first noticed something was wrong. Back then, I was just a teenager living in a house that carried its own uneasy rhythm. My father was struggling in those years, caught up with substances and the sorts of people who tend to orbit around that kind of life. The house never felt truly calm, but it wasn't chaos either, just a constant, low hum of tension, like a radio left on too quietly to hear clearly. There was one man who stood out among the others. His name was Mike. He would come by occasionally, never staying long, but always leaving behind a feeling that lingered after the door closed. He was enormous, broad, and heavy, moving through doorways as if they were smaller than they should be. His presence filled rooms without him saying much at all. His clothes were worn and mismatched, his eyes restless, always scanning. Even as a teenager, I didn't need words to understand one thing very clearly. This was not someone who belonged near a family home. I remember keeping my distance instinctively. Not because anyone told me to, but because my body already knew. There are some people who seem permanently out of sync with the world around them, like they're tuned to a different, darker frequency. Mike felt like that. When he spoke, his voice was flat and unpredictable. When he laughed, it didn't quite land right. And when he was silent, it felt worse. One afternoon, my father came home from work quieter than usual. Not tired, just hollow. My grandmother noticed right away. She always did. She asked him what was wrong, and after a pause that seemed longer than it needed to be, he said Mike had been arrested. At first, it sounded like just another bad turn in a long line of them. But the next day, the full story surfaced, and everything shifted. It turned out Mike had been spending time in a small rural town, far enough away that it felt disconnected from our lives. He'd been helping a couple there with small jobs, earning cash when he needed it. They were known in their community. Steady, familiar faces, people whose routines were predictable and comforting to those around them. The kind of people you expect to see again tomorrow. One night, something changed. Mike went to their home after dark. What followed unfolded quietly, without witnesses, behind closed doors. By morning, the house was gone, reduced to a shell, and so were the people who lived there. The details came in fragments, passed along through news reports and hushed conversations, each piece colder than the last. What struck me most was how ordinary the aftermath seemed on the surface. A nearby store, an ATM, a man walking along a highway while smoke rose in the distance behind him. Several people later realized they'd seen him that night, just another figure moving through the dark, blending into the margins of the world. It didn't take long for the authorities to find him. There was no dramatic chase, no mystery that lingered for years. Just a swift, heavy ending. The sentence was long enough to ensure he would never return to the outside world again. 118 years. A number so large it almost stopped meaning anything. In the days that followed, I kept thinking about how close he'd been to us. How casually he'd stood in our doorway. How easily something unimaginably dark can brush past your life without leaving a mark, until you realize later how near it truly was. The house felt quieter after that, as if it, too, was processing what had narrowly missed it. Nothing supernatural followed. No strange signs or lingering shadows. Just the slow understanding that some dangers don't announce themselves loudly. They wear familiar shapes. They shake your hand. They leave when they're done, and you're left trying to understand how the world kept turning so smoothly afterward. Even now, all these years later, that realization settles in softly when I think about it. Not fear, just awareness. A reminder that calm and danger sometimes exist side by side, separated by nothing more than timing. And as the night stretches on, and this memory gently fades, it makes room for another story, waiting quietly, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some stories don't rush toward you. They arrive slowly, like fog settling over a quiet field. At first, they seem distant, almost unreal. And then, years later, you realize they never truly left. I grew up in a place where days blended together easily. Wide skies, long gravel roads, and summers that felt endless. The kind of rural town where nothing much happened, and that sameness was comforting. In 1991, when I was still young, my brother had a best friend, someone he spent nearly every day with. I'll call him B. They were inseparable in the way only children can be, building worlds out of nothing more than dirt roads and imagination. B lived a little outside town, on an acreage surrounded by open land and quiet trees. He shared the space with his grandparents, a cousin, and an uncle. From the outside, it seemed peaceful, isolated, maybe, but safe. Summer break had just begun, and the days stretched out lazily, full of sunlight and routine. No one had any reason to believe that anything could disturb that stillness. One night, that calm fractured in a way no one could have imagined. Something deeply wrong unfolded inside that familiar home. By morning, the acreage no longer felt like part of the same world we knew. The adults spoke in hushed voices, their words careful and heavy. What filtered down to us was incomplete, softened for young ears. But even then, the weight of it pressed in. We had seen something no child should ever have to witness. And then, just like that, he was gone. Taken away by relatives, by authorities, by a system that moves quietly but firmly when it must. There were no goodbyes. One day he was there, and the next, his place beside my brother was empty. His bike never leaned against the fence again. His name stopped coming up in conversation. My brother changed after that. Not dramatically, not all at once, but subtly. A quiet settled into him. In a town where nothing ever happened, this one event lingered like a shadow that stretched far longer than anyone expected. 4 years, it remained the single dark mark on an otherwise uneventful history. Something people referenced carefully, if at all. Time moved on, as it always does. Decades passed. Life filled in the spaces with new routines, new faces, new worries. The past softened around the edges, becoming something that felt distant, almost unreal, like a story that belonged to another version of the world. And then, in 2022, the silence broke again. This time, it was someone I had gone to school with. Someone familiar. Someone whose face I recognized immediately when the news surfaced. The details emerged slowly, piece by piece, through conversations and quiet headlines. A marriage that wasn't what it seemed. A life carefully presented, but fragile underneath. What unsettled me most wasn't just what had happened, but how close it was. How ordinary it all appeared until it wasn't. Investigators noticed things that didn't quite align. Small inconsistencies. Moments that didn't fit the version of events being told. Even earlier incidents, once brushed aside as unfortunate accidents, took on a different tone when viewed in hindsight. Standing in my kitchen, listening to the radio hum softly in the background, I felt that old, familiar chill return. The same one from years ago. The realization that even in places defined by quiet and routine, darkness doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it waits patiently, hidden behind normal days and familiar faces. Eventually, answers came. The truth, once uncovered, was steady and undeniable. There was no chaos spilling into the streets, no sudden panic, just a slow reckoning, carried out calmly and deliberately. Life, somehow, continued around it. Now, when I think back on both moments, the one from my childhood and the one from adulthood, they seem connected by something invisible. Not fear exactly, but awareness. A reminder that safety can feel absolute until it isn't. That even the most uneventful places hold stories that whisper instead of shout. As night settles in and the world grows quiet again, those memories soften. They don't demand attention. They simply exist, folded neatly into the dark, waiting, like so many other stories, until the next one begins to drift gently into view. Some stories don't arrive with a scream. They drift in quietly, like a thought you didn't invite. They sound ordinary at first, until you realize how close they came to being yours. This is one of those stories. It happened on a regular workday, the kind that settles into routine without asking much of you. Our office was calm, rows of desks softly lit by monitors, the gentle hum of air conditioning filling the spaces between keystrokes. Rain tapped lightly against the windows that afternoon, turning the city outside into a blur of gray and motion. A new coworker had joined the team not long before. We didn't know each other well yet, just the polite nods and brief exchanges that come with shared hallways and scheduled meetings. Wanting to be friendly, I invited him to lunch. Nothing formal, just a quiet cafe down the street where conversations tend to unfold naturally. We talked about small things at first. Work habits, code bases, the subtle differences between development and quality assurance. His voice was steady, calm, almost careful. Then, somewhere between sips of coffee and the clink of cutlery, he mentioned that this wasn't his first career. Before software, he said, he had been a chemical engineer. The way he said it wasn't dramatic, just factual, almost distant. He told me about the plant where he used to work. Large, industrial, filled with pipes and warning signs that eventually fade into the background once you've seen them enough times. He explained how one day he simply didn't feel right. Nothing specific, just an unease in his body. Nausea. A heaviness that made concentrating difficult. So he did something simple, sensible. He went home early. That night, he told me, was miserable. His body reacted in ways he couldn't quite explain. Feverish chills, waves of sickness, a feeling like his system was trying desperately to push something out. He assumed he'd caught a bug. something unlucky but ordinary. He spent the night awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. When he woke up, his phone was full of missed calls. That's when he learned that something had gone terribly wrong at the plant. A chemical exposure. A silent one. The kind that doesn't announce itself until it's already too late. The co-workers he had left behind, people he'd seen just hours earlier, never made it home. He didn't give exact numbers. He didn't need to. The weight of it was already there, resting quietly between us at the table. What stayed with me wasn't the tragedy itself, but the thinness of the line he described. How an unremarkable decision, leaving early because you don't feel well, can quietly redirect an entire life. He spoke without guilt, without relief. Just a soft awareness that timing, not intention, had spared him. After that, he said, returning to that field was impossible. Not because of fear exactly, but because some doors, once closed by circumstance, feel wrong to reopen. So he changed paths, learned something new, started over. That was how he ended up sitting across from me, discussing software bugs instead of chemical reactions. When lunch ended and we walked back to the office, the rain had slowed to a mist. The world felt hushed, normal. Yet something lingered, a reminder that danger doesn't always roar. Sometimes it moves quietly, invisibly, and passes you by without ever knowing your name. That thought stayed with me long after the day ended, and as this story settles gently into the night, it fades like footsteps down a long hallway, making space for the next quiet tale to emerge softly from the dark. Some kinds of fear don't live in shadows or abandoned places. They arrive quietly, from inside your own thoughts. They don't knock before entering, and once they're there, they speak in your own voice. About a year ago, my life slowed to a strange, fragile hush. On the outside, everything looked ordinary enough. Days passed, nights fell, the world continued its gentle rhythm. But inside my mind, something had shifted. The familiar pathways of thought no longer felt safe, and my own reflections became places I didn't recognize. It began after a series of losses arrived too close together to fully process. A painful separation from someone who had hurt me. A violation that left my sense of safety shaken. The sudden disappearance of my work, my routine, my anchor. Each event alone might have been manageable, but together they pressed in like a long, relentless tide. 4 months afterward, my mind seemed unable to rest. I drifted between feeling unreal and feeling far too aware. Some moments were filled with quiet panic, others with an emptiness that felt bottomless. There were stretches where I felt compelled to keep moving, to do something, anything that might distract me from the constant noise inside my head. Sleep came and went without comfort. Time lost its edges. Days blurred together, and memories slipped through my fingers like mist. I understood logically that I was unraveling, but logic felt distant, muffled behind a fog that refused to lift. I tried to silence my thoughts the only way I knew how at the time, by numbing them. At first, it seemed to help. The feelings softened, just a little, but the quiet never lasted. Each attempt to push the pain away only brought it back louder, more insistent, looping endlessly through my mind like a whispered promise that was never kept. Without meaning to, I began to withdraw. Phone calls went unanswered. Messages piled up unread. Even the smallest interactions felt overwhelming, as though the world itself had grown too loud. Isolation wasn't a choice. It was something that happened when the effort to connect felt heavier than I could carry. My resources slowly vanished. Time, money, energy, all spent trying to escape a mind that refused to let me rest. Even as everything fell apart, there was a strange, hollow certainty lingering beneath it all, telling me that none of it mattered anyway. That thought was perhaps the most frightening of all. Not dramatic, just quietly final. Eventually, I reached a breaking point. With little left and nowhere to go, I packed what I could and returned to a place that still held some safety. My childhood home, my father's steady presence. Distance from familiar triggers and the gentle watchfulness of family became a lifeline. The storm inside me didn't stop overnight, but it slowly lost its grip. Large pieces of that time are missing now. Whole weeks dissolved into blank spaces. I remember impressions instead of events, feelings without context, silence where memories should be. There were companions who stayed with me through it all. My cats. Quiet, watchful, entirely dependent. Each one carried their own history of loss and attachment, their own fragile trust. They followed me from room to room, curled beside me when the nights felt longest, waited for me to come home without ever understanding how close I came to disappearing. One evening, driving along a winding road, a thought crossed my mind that frightened me more than anything before it. Not because it tempted me, but because I realized there were reasons I could not leave. Not abstract ones. Living, breathing ones who would wait at the door, confused and afraid, never knowing why I didn't return. That realization didn't feel comforting at first. It felt heavy, anchoring, absolute. And in that moment, I understood something unsettling and profound. That survival isn't always about wanting to stay, but sometimes about being needed enough to remain. With time, care, and distance from that dark season, the noise inside my head softened. The world regained its shape. The fear loosened its hold. And though the memory of that time still sends a quiet chill through me, it no longer defines the present. As this story settles gently into the night, it reminds us that some horrors leave no marks on walls or floors, only echoes in the mind. And as those echoes fade, They make room for the next quiet tale to drift in, slow and soft, beneath the sound of distant rain. Some stories don't announce themselves with shadows or strange sounds. They arrive quietly, wearing the shape of an ordinary day. Only later do you realize how close you came to something unspeakably dark. This is one of those stories. At the time, everything felt calm and unremarkable. I was working alongside a woman who had recently stepped into a new chapter of her life. Freshly divorced, steady in her routines, kind in a way that made people trust her easily. She wasn't reckless or naive, just hopeful, like so many people who decide to open themselves up again. The world still felt safe enough to believe in simple things, like meeting someone for coffee. She chose a public place, a familiar cafe with warm lighting and the gentle clatter of cups. Morning traffic hummed outside, and the air inside smelled faintly of roasted beans and steamed milk. When she arrived, the man was already there, waiting. At first glance, nothing seemed especially wrong. Just another stranger sitting at a table, another face among many. But almost immediately, something felt off. Instead of greeting her and ordering coffee, he insisted, quietly but persistently, that she step outside and get into his truck. The request lingered in the air longer than it should have. She declined, trusting her instincts, and walked inside. He followed. They sat down, though the space between them never truly settled. His movements were restless. His attention felt invasive, crossing invisible lines without asking permission. She ended the meeting quickly, excusing herself with calm politeness, even as her unease grew heavier with each second. As she stepped back into the daylight, hoping the moment would simply dissolve into memory, he followed again. Once more, he tried to guide her toward his truck, offering excuses that felt thin and unnecessary. When that failed, his words shifted, wandering into plans that had never been discussed. Camping trips, shared weekends, imagined futures. She declined each one and left, her heart steady but alert, her instincts quietly urging her forward. That should have been the end of it. But the night had other plans. Before dawn the next morning, while the town still slept beneath a pale sky, that same man positioned himself in a place where routine lived. A quiet spot where officers often paused to speak, where familiarity dulled the sense of danger. What happened next unfolded swiftly and silently, leaving a stillness that felt wrong even hours later. News traveled fast. Sirens, roadblocks, hushed conversations. When the connection was made, when faces and names aligned, the weight of it settled over everyone who had crossed his path. My coworker learned how narrowly she had stepped away from something far worse. For days, she was watched over, protected, surrounded by quiet vigilance until the man was found and taken away. In the aftermath, the cafe still stood. The road still carried cars at sunrise. Coffee was still poured, and conversations still floated through the air. But something invisible had shifted. A reminder that danger does not always roar. It sometimes whispers, wearing the mask of normalcy. Eventually, life softened again. The fear receded, replaced by caution and gratitude. She was safe. That mattered more than anything else. The world continued, as it always does, stitched back together by routine and time. And as the night deepens and this story gently fades, let it drift away like breath on glass, quiet, distant, and complete. There are more stories waiting in the dark, and we'll move toward them slowly, calmly, when you're ready. Some houses feel quiet in a way that goes deeper than silence. Even as a child, I remember sensing that certain walls were holding their breath. At the end of a small cul-de-sac, in a place meant for beginnings, there was a stillness that never quite left. I was 5 years old when my family moved into that semi-detached house. It was an ordinary place on the surface, the kind of neighborhood where bicycles were left on driveways and evening light lingered softly between rooftops. Our kitchen shared a wall with the neighbor's garage, a detail that meant nothing to me at the time. To a child, it was just another room I never entered, another quiet space pressed gently against our own. The days were simple back then. I remember the hum of appliances, the warmth of toast in the mornings, and the muffled sounds of cars passing at the entrance of the cul-de-sac. Everything felt safe, contained, almost storybook in its calm routine. And yet, sometimes when the house was quiet, there was a feeling I couldn't name. A heaviness that drifted through the kitchen late in the afternoon, when the sun angled just right and shadows stretched a little longer than expected. As I grew older, fragments of adult conversations began to make sense. Soft voices over fences. Pauses where words should have been. The careful way certain neighbors avoided one another's eyes. It was years before I understood what had happened, but even before I knew the details, the atmosphere had already taught me something was different here. The truth, when it finally came together, was not loud. It didn't crash into my life all at once. It arrived slowly, like fog rolling in from a distance. I learned that the man who had lived next door before we arrived had been keeping a secret. A quiet, complicated betrayal that unfolded across the street, hidden in plain sight. When it could no longer remain hidden, when it reshaped too many lives at once, the weight of it became unbearable for him. One evening, while his wife was away, he chose not to stay. It had happened only weeks before my family moved in. The garage, the one attached to our kitchen wall, had been the place where everything ended. No one spoke about it openly, not in detail, not ever. It existed as an unspoken understanding, something everyone carried carefully so it wouldn't cut too deeply when touched. What always stayed with me was what came after. Life didn't stop. It never does. His wife continued living there for years, moving through the same routines, opening and closing the same doors. Their adult daughter visited often, her presence steady and familiar. Across the street, a young girl grew up, laughing and playing, unaware of how closely her story was woven into theirs. I played near that driveway sometimes, rode my bike in slow circles, stood in the kitchen while my parents cooked dinner, just feet away from a space where grief had once been overwhelming. At the time, I felt only a vague sense of unease, a quiet awareness that something sad had settled into the bones of the place. As an adult, when I think back, what lingers isn't fear. It's the softness of it all. The way tragedy can exist without noise. How walls can remember even when people try not to. And how children can sense truths long before they understand them. That house never felt threatening. It felt reflective, like it was always asking for gentleness. And maybe that's the most unsettling thing of all, realizing how close we can live to someone else's sorrow, brushing past it every day, never fully aware of how near it truly is. As the years went on, the cul-de-sac changed, as neighborhoods always do. New families arrived. Old stories faded into the background. But sometimes, late at night, when the world grows quiet and thoughts begin to wander, I still think of that shared wall, that unseen room, and the quiet reminder that even the most ordinary places can hold echoes meant to be felt rather than heard. And with that thought settling softly, we can let this memory rest and drift gently onward into the next quiet story waiting just beyond the dark. Some nights feel thinner than others, as if the walls themselves are listening. A quiet house can hold more secrets than a crowded one, and sometimes the most unsettling presence is the one that never announces itself. I remember hearing about this family years ago, tucked away in a peaceful neighborhood in Pennsylvania, where the streets curved gently and the trees leaned close to the rooftops. It was the kind of place where evenings settled softly, where porch lights glowed like fireflies, and where nothing ever seemed out of place. The house itself was ordinary, warm, lived in, filled with the familiar sounds of a family moving through their routines. Doors opened and closed, dishes clinked in the sink, footsteps padded down the hall. Life moved quietly, predictably. At first, the changes were so small they barely registered. A little less food in the refrigerator than expected. Leftovers that seemed to shrink overnight. A closet door that stood slightly open, just a sliver, when someone was certain it had been shut. They laughed it off, the way families do. Someone must have been hungry. Someone must have forgotten. These things happen, especially in a busy home. But unease has a way of growing slowly, like a shadow stretching across the floor at sunset. Over the next few weeks, the house began to feel subtly rearranged. A chair sat a few inches away from where it had been left. A backpack lay open on the floor, its contents spilled out as if examined and then abandoned. No one could explain it, yet no one wanted to linger on the thought for too long. The nights were still quiet. The locks were still secure. One evening, long after the house had settled into sleep, the father woke to a sound that didn't belong. It was faint, almost polite, soft movement overhead, coming from the attic. Not a crash, not a thud. Just the suggestion of footsteps, slow and careful. He listened, holding his breath, and then climbed the ladder to look. The attic was empty, still, wrapped in dust and insulation. Whatever he had heard had already faded back into silence. The days passed, but the feeling remained. That quiet sense that something was just slightly off. Eventually, driven more by a need for reassurance than fear, he set up a small camera in the kitchen. It wasn't dramatic, just practical. A way to put the questions to rest. What the footage revealed was calm, almost gentle, and deeply unsettling. In the stillness of the night, when the house was wrapped in darkness, a narrow opening above a storage closet shifted. Slowly, carefully, a man emerged from the crawl space. He moved with practiced ease, dropping silently onto the kitchen floor. He opened the refrigerator, took small amounts of food, and lingered only briefly. Then, just as quietly, he returned to the hidden space and vanished before morning. The police came soon after. They searched the attic and found signs of a life carefully tucked away, bedding arranged to fit the narrow space, books stacked neatly, food wrappers folded and set aside. The man had been living there for weeks, maybe longer, slipping into the open rooms of the house only when everyone slept, retreating before dawn. What lingered with me wasn't the discovery itself, but the thought of all those nights before. The ordinary evenings, the laughter, the sense of safety, all while someone unseen shared the same air, listening to the same quiet, waiting for the lights to go out. In the end, the house was emptied, the crawl space sealed, and the family moved on. The rooms returned to being just rooms again. And yet, even now, when I think about it, I'm reminded how silence can sometimes hold more than rest. So as this story gently fades, and the night continues on, let yourself settle into the calm that comes with knowing you're safe. The darkness outside your walls is just the quiet doing what it always does, making space for rest. And somewhere ahead, another story is already waiting, drifting softly toward you in the dark. Some nights feel ordinary right up until the moment they quietly change. A simple errand, a familiar place, the kind of evening your mind barely records. And then, without warning, the air itself seems to hold its breath. It was late, one of those calm, almost empty hours when grocery stores feel hushed and echoing. The lights were softer than they are during the day, reflecting gently off polished floors and quiet aisles. My boyfriend and I moved slowly, unhurried, the wheels of our cart making that familiar, comforting hum. Outside, the parking lot waited in stillness, dotted with cars resting beneath tall lamps that buzzed faintly in the dark. We reached the automatic doors, the cool glass parting ahead of us, when something subtle shifted. I didn't hear anything clearly, not in a way my mind could explain. It was more like a sensation, like when something fragile breaks somewhere nearby, and your body notices before your thoughts do. A ripple of unease passed through me, soft but unmistakable, as if the night itself had leaned closer. Before I could make sense of it, the parking lot attendant came running toward us. He couldn't have been much older than a teenager. His face was pale, his eyes wide and focused on nothing and everything all at once. He didn't slow down, didn't explain. He only whispered urgently, over and over, "In, in," as he rushed past us and disappeared deeper into the store. I watched him go, and something inside me went very still. My boyfriend hesitated, confused, ready to brush it off and continue outside. But I couldn't. There was something in that young man's expression, a quiet certainty that told me he had just seen something no one should have to see. In that instant, I knew the night beyond those doors was no longer safe. I reached out, took my boyfriend's arm, and gently but firmly pulled him back inside. The doors slid closed behind us with a soft, final sound. We moved toward the nearest place that felt sheltered, settling behind the closed coffee counter where the lights were dimmer and the world felt slightly farther away. We waited there, listening to the quiet murmur of distant voices and the steady rhythm of our own breathing. Time stretched. The store, once a place of routine comfort, became a cocoon of stillness. Eventually, calm authority arrived, and the building was gently secured. We were told to stay, to be patient, to remain where we were. Hours passed slowly, wrapped in the low hum of refrigeration units and the soft shuffle of footsteps far away. Later, we learned what had happened nearby, how a moment of anger had spilled over into something irreversible, how 2 lives had ended before the night was done. It felt unreal, knowing how close we had been to stepping into that space, how easily our ordinary evening could have brushed against something tragic. When we were finally allowed to leave, the parking lot looked exactly the same as it always did. The lamps still glowed. The asphalt still shimmered faintly under their light. It struck me then how fragile the boundary is between safety and danger, how thin the line can be between an uneventful night and one that changes everything. What stayed with me most wasn't fear, it was awareness. The understanding that darkness doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it drifts quietly into familiar places, lingering just beyond the edges of routine. And sometimes, a single moment of intuition, a stranger's warning, or a choice to step back inside can make all the difference. As the night settled once more and we drove home in silence, the world seemed softer, more delicate. And as this story gently fades, it leaves us poised on the edge of another quiet moment. Another place where the ordinary waits, holding its breath, ready to become something else. Some stories don't shout to be heard. They arrive quietly, like a memory drifting back just before sleep. This is one of those stories. The kind that reminds you how thin the line can be between an ordinary day and something much darker. It happened long before I was born, back when my grandparents were building their first home together. The late 80s were a slower time, filled with handwritten lists, phone calls, and the comforting crackle of local radio. Every morning, my grandmother would listen to a segment where people announced items they wanted to sell. Appliances, furniture, things meant to start new chapters. It was the closest thing to an online marketplace before the internet existed. One afternoon, she heard an advertisement for a brand new stove being offered at an unbelievably low price. My grandparents were careful with money, always proud of finding good deals, and this sounded perfect. She called the number, spoke to a man with a calm, ordinary voice, and arranged to meet him in a public place, a Walmart parking lot nearby. Everything felt normal, a routine. Just minutes before they were supposed to meet, the phone rang again. The man apologized, explaining that his truck wouldn't start. He asked if she could come to him instead, just to take a quick look at the stove. My grandmother hesitated, but politeness and practicality won out. It was daytime. She trusted her instincts. At least, she thought she did. The address led her to a ground-floor apartment at the edge of a quiet complex. The building was plain, the kind you forget as soon as you pass it. In the small front yard sat an old truck, surrounded by tall, untrimmed grass, as if it hadn't moved in a long time. That detail lingered with her, even then, like a whisper she couldn't quite hear. She parked, stepped out of her car, and walked to the door. When it opened, a man and a woman stood together, smiling warmly. The man welcomed her inside, explaining that the stove was in the back bedroom. As the door swung wider, my grandmother noticed something that made her chest tighten. The narrow hallway wasn't lined with pictures or furniture, but with large, deep freezers. One after another. Silent. Unlabeled. Waiting. This was before cell phones. Before quick exits. Before you could text someone just to feel less alone. A quiet alarm went off inside her. She said she wasn't interested anymore, that she'd changed her mind. She turned to leave. That's when the man grabbed her arm. His grip wasn't frantic. It was firm, confident, as though this had happened before. He told her it was just back there, just a moment more. The woman continued to smile, nodding gently, encouraging her to step further inside. The air felt heavier now, thick with something unnamed. In that instant, instinct finally overpowered politeness. My grandmother pulled away with everything she had, her heart pounding louder than her thoughts. She ran, not looking back, not caring how it looked, straight to her car. The door slammed. The engine turned. She drove. She didn't stop until she reached the nearest gas station. Inside, she tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Her hands shook. Her breath came in short, uneven waves. The cashier saw it immediately, pulled her behind the counter, and made the call for her. The police listened carefully. They drove her back to the apartment complex. But when they arrived, the yard was empty. The truck was gone. The small car beside it had vanished too. No one answered the door. There was no clear cause for a search, no proof beyond a shaken woman and a story that didn't leave fingerprints behind. And so it ended, quietly, without resolution. Except it didn't really end. The radio ads continued to play. The same list of items. The same calm voices. But the stove was never mentioned again. Years later, my grandmother still tells the story. Her voice softens when she reaches the hallway. Her hands tremble when she describes the freezers. She doesn't embellish, doesn't dramatize. She simply says she knew, deep in her bones, that if she had taken one more step, she wouldn't have come home. And maybe that's what lingers the most. The idea that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it smiles, opens a door, and asks you politely to come inside. As this story settles into the quiet of your thoughts, let it drift gently away, like a shadow passing through a distant room. There are other stories waiting, unfolding slowly, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some stories don't shout to be heard. They arrive softly, like the echo of a distant memory, settling into the quiet spaces of the night, where the past still seems to breathe. This is one of those stories. It was told to me gently, almost reluctantly, by my grandmother. Not as a warning, and not for drama, but as something that had simply lived in our family for decades, unchanged, heavy, and impossibly still. The story takes us back to the 1950s, to a small, modest home that sat quietly in its time. There were no streetlights glowing outside, no hum of modern life. Only the soft creak of wood settling at night, and the slow rhythm of rural quiet. My great-great-grandmother, known to everyone as Grandma Lee's, lived there. She was elderly by then, set in her ways, surrounded by familiar walls, that had witnessed her entire life unfold. One of her sons, Earl, still lived with her. It was a simple arrangement. Shared meals, shared space, shared silence. That night began like any other. The house dimmed into darkness. Beds were prepared. The world outside drifted into sleep. Somewhere in the quiet, something went terribly wrong. No one ever knew exactly how the fire started. There were no clear answers, only what remained afterward. Flames took hold while the house slept, spreading quietly at first, as fires often do, before making themselves known. By the time anyone noticed, it was already too late. It appeared that Grandma Lees and Earl woke at nearly the same moment. Evidence suggested they moved toward one another, drawn by instinct, by love, by the simple need not to be alone. They never made it. When the fire department arrived, the house was already lost. One of the responding firefighters was Glenn, Earl's uncle. He recognized the address immediately. He already knew who was inside. The fire burned fiercely, its heat overwhelming, until at last it was brought under control. What remained was silence, a heavy, breathless quiet that follows devastation. Against all reason, Glenn went inside, not as a firefighter anymore, but as family. He found Earl on the staircase, close to where Grandma Lees had been. It was clear they had been trying to reach each other, their final moments marked by movement, not surrender. Glenn tried to lift his nephew, and in doing so, realized just how completely the fire had taken its toll. The moment shattered something inside him, not in a dramatic way, but in the quiet, irreversible way that grief sometimes works. He never spoke much about what he saw. After that night, my grandmother said, Glenn changed. He still lived his life. He still worked, spoke, existed. But something behind his eyes had dimmed, as though part of him had stayed behind in that house, on those stairs, in the smoke and silence. The story ends there. No mystery, no justice to be found, just a moment frozen in time, passed gently from one generation to the next. And as the night deepens around you, and the world grows quieter still, let this story fade like embers cooling in the dark, making room for the next whisper, the next memory, the next soft tale waiting just beyond sleep. The mountains have a way of holding their breath. Even in daylight, there are places where the air feels older than the trail beneath your feet. That was how Mount Tabby felt to me, quiet, patient, and listening. I was a teenager then, sent to a wilderness program tucked deep into the Utah backcountry. Days were measured in miles walked and hours spent under open sky. Nights came quickly, folding over us with cold stars and the soft crackle of distant wind. The guides spoke calmly, carried themselves with confidence, and told stories the way people do when they know the land far better than the map ever could. As we hiked one afternoon, they mentioned something almost casually, that the mountain was said to be home to an old presence. Not a monster, not anything dramatic, just something ancient, aware, and best left uninvited. They said it had a name, and that saying it aloud was unwise. The warning was delivered gently, like advice you might give about sudden weather or loose footing. Of course, a few kids laughed. Someone repeated the name just to prove they weren't scared. Another joined in. The guides asked them to stop, their voices still calm, still steady. As we continued toward our next resting place, one of them shared a story from years before, about a camera that captured something impossible, photos taken from within a sealed backpack, showing sleeping campers from an angle no human could reach. At the time, I didn't believe it. Programs like that thrive on stories. Fear keeps people close, keeps them listening. I filed it away as clever storytelling and focused on the rhythm of my steps, the scrape of boots against dirt, the steady rise and fall of the trail. Later that day, we stopped for lunch. The trail split briefly, forming a wide, open space shaped like a shallow bowl. In the center was a grassy rise, soft and sunlit, surrounded by a gentle dip where a few bushes clung to the earth. It felt open and safe, the kind of place where nothing could sneak up on you. We sat at the top of the hill, packs dropped, voices low and tired, chewing quietly while the wind brushed past us. As lunch ended, I realized I needed a moment of privacy. I told a guide, who nodded and pointed back toward the bushes we had passed on the way up. The area was still, peaceful. I walked down alone, listening to the distant murmur of my group behind me. That was when I noticed the light. Something reflected softly from within the brush. Not a glare, just a faint shimmer where there shouldn't have been one. I paused, heart slowing instead of racing, as if my body hadn't yet decided how to feel. There, partially hidden, lay a deer. It was motionless, unnaturally still, its body untouched by struggle. There were no signs of chaos around it, no torn earth, no scattered tracks, no sounds that explained how it had come to rest there. It was simply present, as if it had always been part of the landscape and I was only just noticing. I backed away quietly, feeling the air grow heavier with each step. When I reached the group, my voice came out thin as I told a guide what I'd seen. One followed me back down, careful and composed, and confirmed it without saying much at all. Another stayed behind, gently keeping the rest of the group where they were. We didn't stay long after that. What unsettled us wasn't what we saw, it was what we didn't. No noise, no warning, no explanation that fit neatly into daylight logic. We had been there for nearly an hour. Nothing had passed us on the trail. The mountain had given no sign of movement at all. For the rest of the week, the group grew quieter. Names weren't repeated anymore. Stories weren't challenged. At night, the wind through the trees felt closer, like a whisper just beyond understanding. Nothing else happened. No footsteps, no shadows. Just the steady awareness that some places do not belong to us, no matter how briefly we pass through them. Eventually, we left Mount Tabby behind. Life moved on. Years stacked themselves neatly between who I was then and who I am now. But sometimes, when the world is quiet and the air feels a little too still, I remember that hill. The way the light caught where it shouldn't have, and how silence, when it chooses to, can say everything. And as this story settles back into the dark, we'll let the mountain keep its secrets, and gently drift onward, into the next quiet tale waiting just ahead. Some stories arrive softly, like a breath you only notice when the room grows still. They don't shout, or rush, or demand attention. They simply linger, waiting for the quiet moment when they can be heard. This is one of those stories. I was born into a family shaped by silence long before I ever took my first breath. 8 days before I entered the world, something irreversible happened. Something no one spoke about easily. Something that settled into the corners of memory like dust in an old house. I would grow up knowing the outlines of it, long before I understood its meaning. My aunt had lived a difficult life. She was born in the early 1950s, in a time and place where difference was not met with understanding. In those years, intellectual disability was rarely spoken about with kindness. It was misunderstood, hidden, and often treated as a source of quiet shame. She felt that weight deeply, though few around her knew how to help carry it. The family remembers her as gentle, sensitive, and often withdrawn. She noticed the world in ways others didn't. Small gestures, changes in tone, the way rooms felt when people argued or fell silent. But the world did not return that awareness with care. Instead, it asked her to endure confusion and loneliness, without the language or support to explain what she was feeling. One summer, just days before I was born, her life came to a sudden and tragic end. The details are never told loudly, never lingered on. They exist only as hushed facts, softened by time. What remains strongest is not how she died, but how deeply her absence was felt afterward, like a missing note in a familiar song. I never knew her, not really. I never heard her voice or saw the way she smiled. And yet, she left me things. Tangible reminders, jewelry, small personal objects that passed quietly into my life. No one even knew I would be a girl, and yet somehow those items waited for me, as if they had always been meant to. Growing up, I didn't think much about the connection. Life moved forward, as it always does. School, work, ordinary days. And then, without any conscious decision, I found myself drawn to a particular path. I began working with people who had intellectual disabilities. What started as a job became a calling that lasted 15 years. Only much later did I realize how natural it had felt. How familiar. As if something inside me already understood how to listen patiently, how to offer calm reassurance, how to see worth where others might overlook it. It was never dramatic or overwhelming, just steady, gentle, right? Sometimes, late at night, I think about her. About how different her life might have been if she had been born into a kindertime. About the quiet strength it must have taken to survive as long as she did. And I wonder if, in some small way, the care I give now is an echo, something passed along without words. I try to live thoughtfully, to be attentive, to meet people where they are, without judgment. Not out of guilt or sorrow, but out of a quiet resolve to turn something painful into something compassionate. To let her story end not only in loss, but in kindness that continues forward. And as the night settles in, and the world grows calm again, I hold on to that idea, that even the softest lives leave ripples. That love and care can travel through time in unexpected ways. And as this story fades into the quiet, it makes room for the next one. Drifting gently toward you, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some stories don't arrive with noise. They come quietly, like the sound of wind moving through pine trees at night. They linger not because of what happened, but because of what almost did. My father grew up in the Mississippi Delta, where the land stretches wide and flat, and the evenings settle in slowly, heavy with insects and warm air. As a teenager, he often spent weekends hunting, wandering forests that felt endless and ancient, places where time seemed to move differently. One autumn weekend, he was invited by a close friend, someone who felt more like a brother than a companion, to join his family at their hunting camp. They were kind to him, welcoming, familiar. It felt safe. It felt like home. The camp sat deep in the woods, a simple cabin surrounded by tall pines and soft earth, far from the nearest road. That Saturday evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky turned the color of embers, my father and his friends walked the property, listening to cicadas rise and the woods settle into night. It was then that his friend spoke differently, quietly, with an unease that didn't belong to a carefree weekend. He said he was afraid, not of animals, not of the dark, but of something unseen. He told them he believed his parents were in danger, that money troubles and quiet fears had followed his family for some time, that someone might come to the cabin after nightfall. My father didn't know what to make of it. It sounded like the kind of fear teenagers sometimes imagine. Still, when his friend asked them to help keep watch, just in case, my father agreed. Loyalty mattered to him. Friendship mattered more. So, as night fully arrived, my father took his place outside. He sat with his back against a pine tree, the rough bark pressing through his jacket, the ground cool beneath him. The forest breathed around him, wind through branches, distant owls, the slow rhythm of darkness. He watched. He listened. Hours passed. Nothing came. Dawn eventually softened the trees with pale light. The cabin remained quiet. The night had passed without incident. Exhausted but relieved, my father went home the next morning and returned to school, letting the memory fade into the background of busy teenage life. The woods, it seemed, had kept their silence. Months later, on an ordinary morning, everything changed. My father was climbing into his truck when the radio delivered news that didn't feel real. A hunting camp. A couple found gone. The location was familiar. The names were not spoken at first, but he already knew. As details emerged, his breath caught. The suspect was their son, his friend, the same boy who had been afraid, the same boy who had asked him to keep watch. The truth unfolded slowly, like fog lifting over water. There had been no stranger in the woods, no unknown figure in the darkness. The danger had been closer than anyone imagined. What followed was sorrow layered upon sorrow, abuse revealed, pain hidden for years, a family fractured long before that final weekend. The courts chose care over punishment. The boy was sent away, treated, and later released. But nothing returned to how it had been. My father never spoke of it lightly. After that, he stopped playing sports entirely, walked away from teams that had once been his whole world. Something inside him had shifted. He carried guilt he couldn't quite name. The thought that his own name had once been used as a comparison. The idea that he had sat outside that cabin, watching the trees for a danger that was already inside. Even years later, he wondered about that night, about the stillness, about the woods that had held their breath, about how close he had been to something he could never have seen coming. And maybe that's the quietest kind of fear, not the things that move in the dark, but the realization that sometimes the darkness doesn't move at all. As the memory fades, the forest grows distant again. The night returns to stillness. And somewhere far away, another story is already waiting, softly, patiently, to be told next. Some memories don't rush back with sharp edges. They return slowly, like a quiet breath in the dark. This is one of those stories, the kind that whispers instead of shouts. About 13 years ago, my sister came home from college for the summer. Our house felt fuller with her back, warmer somehow, and conversations stretched late into the evenings. College life had given her stories, small dramas, shared apartments, inside jokes. But there was one story she told that settled into the room differently. Even now, it still does. She had received a phone call one afternoon that left her shaken long after it ended. One of her roommates had called, her voice thin and trembling, struggling to slow her breathing enough to explain what had happened. They lived in an old rental house near campus, the kind with creaky floors and narrow hallways, where the doors were often left unlocked out of habit or trust. It was a place that felt lived in, casual, and familiar, until it didn't. That morning had started like any other. Sunlight filtered through thin curtains, and the house was quiet except for the sound of running water. One of the girls had stepped into the shower, letting the warm water rinse away the heaviness of sleep. Steam filled the bathroom, softening the edges of everything. It felt safe, routine, thoughtless in the best way. When she finished, she wrapped herself in a towel and reached for it, listening to the quiet drip of water from the faucet. That was when she heard something else. A faint sound above her. Not loud. Not urgent. Just wrong. A subtle shifting noise coming from the vent directly overhead. At first, she froze. The sound wasn't steady enough to be mechanical, but it wasn't loud enough to identify either. Her heart began to beat a little faster, not from fear yet, but from confusion. She stood there, towel clutched tightly, listening as the bathroom settled into silence again. Trying to be rational, she reached for her phone. The glow of the flashlight cut through the steam as she slowly raised it toward the vent. The metal grate caught the light, casting thin shadows across the ceiling. For just a moment, nothing happened. And then she saw it. An eye. Just one. Unblinking. Watching. She didn't scream. She didn't hesitate. Something deep and instinctive took over, and she ran. Bare feet hit the floor as she bolted through the house, the towel slipping but never falling, the world narrowing to the sound of her own breath. She didn't stop until she was outside, the open air hitting her skin like a shock. Shaking, she called the police. When they arrived, they moved through the house with quiet efficiency, their footsteps heavier than the ones she remembered hearing earlier. They climbed into the attic, pushing aside insulation and shadows. What they found explained everything that had felt just slightly off for weeks. A man had been living up there. He was described as homeless, though the word felt too simple for what had been happening. He had been entering houses by testing doors, staying where he wasn't noticed, moving silently above ceilings. Food had been disappearing from the kitchen, blamed on forgetfulness or misunderstandings between roommates. Small things, easy things to ignore, until they weren't. The police took him away quietly. No chaos, no spectacle, just the heavy realization of how close something unseen had been, how easily it had blended into the background of everyday life. When my sister finished telling the story, the room was silent. None of us spoke for a while. It wasn't the image of the man that stayed with me. It was the stillness of that moment, the quiet intimacy of being watched without knowing, the way safety can feel absolute right up until it gently dissolves. Even now, when vents hum softly or a house settles late at night, that story drifts back into my thoughts. Unrushed, lingering like a shadow that doesn't move, only waits. And as that memory fades into the dark, it leaves space for the next quiet story to emerge. Softly, patiently, just beyond the edge of sleep. Some stories don't rely on what happens. They linger because of what almost did. This is one of those quiet, unsettling memories that settles in slowly, like a shadow that doesn't quite move. I once heard about an apartment like any other, the kind shared by a small group of young women trying to make city life affordable. 5 bedrooms lined a narrow hallway, each with its own small personality. The apartment was rarely silent, doors opening and closing, soft music bleeding through walls, the gentle comfort of knowing someone else was always nearby. Except for one room. One of the girls who had lived there had passed away some time earlier. Her bedroom was left untouched, the door closed and quietly avoided. It wasn't discussed much. It simply became the empty room, a place no one needed anymore. Over time, the apartment adjusted around it, like a house learning to live with a missing heartbeat. Not long after, small things began to feel off. Cabinet doors were sometimes open in the morning. The sound of footsteps echoed faintly when no one was moving. Food disappeared in small amounts, just enough to spark mild confusion but not concern. Most of the girls laughed it off, blaming stress or forgetfulness. Old buildings made noises, after all. It was easier not to look too closely. But one of them couldn't ignore the feeling that something wasn't right. She began to notice patterns. Sounds always came from the same end of the hallway. The air near the closed bedroom door felt different, stale, unmoving. Sometimes, late at night, she swore she could hear breathing that didn't belong to anyone she knew. Still, every attempt to bring it up was met with reassurance. Overthinking, they said. Everyone was tired. Then came the night she was alone. The apartment felt unusually quiet, the kind of silence that presses gently against your ears. She moved through the hallway absent-mindedly until a soft sound stopped her. A noise from the direction of the unused room. Not a creak. Not settling wood. Something deliberate. Heart pounding softly, she stepped closer. The door was no longer fully closed. In the dim light, she realized she wasn't alone. Someone had been living there. Quietly, carefully, hidden away in a space everyone believed was empty. The moment stretched, too long, too still, and instinct took over. She ran. The details blurred after that, reduced to fear, movement, and the overwhelming need to get somewhere safe. Help arrived. The truth surfaced. The apartment was searched. The hidden presence was removed. In the days that followed, the apartment felt different. Safer, but also fragile. Doors were locked now. Lights stayed on. The empty room was no longer just a memory. It was a reminder of how easily assumptions can turn into blind spots. Eventually, life moved on. New routines formed. New walls replaced old silence. But even now, when I hear about shared apartments or closed doors that no one checks anymore, I think of that quiet room. The one everyone believed was empty. And as that thought fades, it gently opens the door for the next story, waiting patiently just beyond the edge of sleep. Some fears arrive quietly, wearing the face of ordinary life. They slip into peaceful neighborhoods and sit patiently, unnoticed. This is one of those stories, the kind that reminds us how thin the walls of safety can sometimes be. It began in a small British neighborhood where afternoons were usually filled with soft laughter and the rustle of leaves in tidy gardens. A young family lived there, raising their children in what felt like a safe, familiar place. Their garden was modest, bordered by fences and hedges, a space meant for play, sunlight, and calm routines. But next door lived a man who unsettled the atmosphere without ever raising his voice. He began complaining, persistently, about the children. He claimed they shouted insults at him, mocked him, and tormented him whenever they played outside. The accusations were specific, spoken with certainty. Yet the father knew immediately that something was wrong. His children were terrified of the neighbor. They avoided the garden altogether when he was nearby, clinging instead to the safety of the house. When the father tried to calmly address the accusations, the neighbor's demeanor changed. His words grew sharp, his tone edged with something cold and deliberate. He spoke of teaching manners, of consequences, of things no adult should ever say about young children. The conversation ended with a knot of unease settling deep in the father's chest. Trusting his instincts, the father contacted the police. At first, it seemed like a routine response. A report was filed. Statements were taken. But as the officers looked more closely at the neighbor, something didn't quite add up. His name, according to public records, was Harry Street. He appeared to be nearing 70 years old, yet his documented history began strangely late in life. Nothing before the mid-1990s. No childhood records. No early addresses. No trace. One junior officer noticed the gap and felt a quiet chill. Names could be changed, but not easily. And this kind of change, the kind that erased decades, meant something far more serious. It suggested protection, a constructed identity, one provided not by chance, but by the state itself. That night, while most of the neighborhood slept, the officer traveled to an old records facility. Paper files, carefully stored and rarely needed, still rested there. Dusty shelves held stories the digital world had forgotten. And there, buried beneath layers of time, she found the truth. The name Harry Street dissolved into another identity entirely. Realizing the danger, she didn't wait for morning. The family's phone rang in the dead of night. The message was brief, urgent, and unmistakable. Leave the house immediately. Do not question it. Do not return. Help was already on the way. Armed officers entered the neighbor's home soon after. What they discovered confirmed the fear that had been quietly growing beneath the surface. A collection of items that should never have been there, and plans that were never meant to be carried out. The man had once lived under a different name, one tied to a deeply troubled past. Decades earlier, he had been institutionalized after severe mental illness led him down a violent path. After many years, he had been released under strict conditions. His identity changed for protection. But over time, those safeguards faded. Treatment stopped. Reality slowly fractured. The children next door had unknowingly become figures in his delusions. Because one officer noticed a missing timeline. Because one father trusted his instincts, nothing more happened. The family was relocated. The neighborhood returned to its quiet rhythms. And the danger, once hidden behind garden fences and polite complaints, was finally contained. Somewhere tonight, children sleep safely behind locked doors. Somewhere, a phone remains silent instead of ringing with a warning. And as this story settles into the quiet, it gently fades, making room for the next whisper, waiting patiently in the dark. Some memories stay soft around the edges, yet never truly fade. They return quietly, like a thought you didn't invite, carried on a slow breath of night air. This is one of those memories, still calm, still distant, but deeply unsettling in its silence. Many years ago, my husband and I were driving north from Los Angeles towards San Francisco. It was one of those long, steady road trips where the hum of the tires blends into your thoughts and time stretches gently forward. Somewhere in the early hours, when the sky was still dark and the road felt endless, we pulled into a rest stop to sleep for a while. The car was quiet. The air outside was cool and still. We rested for a few hours as dawn slowly approached, the sky beginning to soften from black to gray. When the sun finally started to rise, I woke with the simple, urgent need to use the restroom. Everything felt normal, ordinary. The restroom building stood alone, concrete and quiet, surrounded by trees that barely moved in the morning air. Inside, the lights buzzed softly. The place smelled faintly of disinfectant and damp paper towels. As I stepped inside, I noticed pieces of paper taped to the mirror above the sinks. The sight barely registered at first. My attention was focused elsewhere, and I quickly stepped into a stall. When I finished and came back out to wash my hands, the room felt unchanged, still quiet, still empty. As the water ran, I lifted my eyes to the mirror and finally read the paper taped there. The words were casual, handwritten, unsettling in their confidence. It invited the reader to call a number for a good time, followed by detailed, uncomfortable descriptions of what the writer claimed he could offer. The tone was strangely proud, as though the message were meant to impress rather than frighten. Then my eyes moved to the bottom of the page. It said that if I didn't want to call, he would be waiting outside, by the big tree, right there, watching. The world seemed to slow. The sound of the water faded into the background, and my body felt suddenly very still. My heart grew heavy, cold, like it had dropped into my chest and settled there. I didn't move. I didn't breathe deeply. I just stood there, staring at my own reflection, replaying the words again and again. I looked around the restroom, suddenly aware of every shadow, every closed stall door. I felt foolish for not reading the paper sooner, for not checking if anyone else was there. My thoughts raced quietly, but my body refused to follow. Time stretched. Seconds felt long and fragile. I stood there waiting, not knowing for what, hoping my husband would realize I had been gone too long. Each moment passed slowly, as if the air itself were holding its breath with me. Then, finally, relief arrived. I heard footsteps outside, familiar ones. I didn't wait another second. I rushed out, found my husband, and grabbed his arm without saying much at all. We walked quickly to the car, my legs shaky but moving. As we pulled away, I looked back. By the restroom door, near a large tree, stood a man, just where the paper said he would be. He looked exactly as he had described himself, at least on the outside. For a brief moment, his eyes met mine. Then he looked away, as if nothing had happened at all. There were no cell phones then, no easy way to call for help. We simply left, the road opening up in front of us once more. The rest of the drive passed quietly. Even now, years later, I never enter a public restroom without checking every corner first. Some lessons arrive gently. Others arrive written on paper, taped to a mirror, waiting patiently to be noticed. And as this memory settles back into the quiet, it fades slowly, making room for the next story drifting softly through the dark. Some places seem to remember everything that ever happened inside them. They hold on to footsteps, whispered names, and quiet moments that never quite fade. Even years later, they wait patiently, as if hoping someone will listen long enough to understand. When I was a teenager, I lived for a while in Rockford, Illinois. It wasn't a place I had any expectations of, but one summer it became the backdrop for a job I'll never forget. I worked at a cemetery. Quiet work, slow work, the kind that makes you aware of time passing in gentle, uneven waves. Mornings were usually cool, with mist hovering low over the grass, and afternoons were filled with cicadas and distant traffic murmuring like a constant, low breath. The man I worked with was an older caretaker, the sort who seemed stitched into the land itself. He had lived on the west side of Rockford his entire life and carried the town's history in his mind like a carefully kept archive. He remembered names, dates, rumors, half-forgotten tragedies, stories that never made it into newspapers but lived on through quiet conversation. He spoke slowly, choosing his words with care, as if every memory deserved respect. One afternoon, we were driving from the main cemetery to an older burial ground on the outskirts of town. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across empty streets. I missed a turn, and as we rolled through a quieter neighborhood, the old man pointed out the window. His voice was calm, almost casual, as he nodded toward a weathered house tucked behind overgrown trees. He said a name, as if it should mean something to me. It didn't, at least not yet. I asked him who lived there once. He didn't answer right away. The truck hummed softly, tires rolling over cracked pavement, until he finally began to speak. He told me about a man who had lived in that house long ago, and about events that left marks deeper than anyone realized at the time. His voice never rose. He didn't dramatize anything. That made the story feel heavier, like something true that had simply settled into the ground. When we returned to the main cemetery later that day, he guided the truck slowly past a section I hadn't paid much attention to before. Smaller headstones rested close together, worn smooth by time. He gestured toward them gently, as if not wanting to disturb anything. He didn't explain further. He didn't need to. The connection between the house and that quiet stretch of earth seemed to exist on its own, suspended in the still air. As the summer went on, I couldn't stop thinking about that house. Years later, long after I'd moved away, curiosity got the better of me. I looked it up and saw that it still stood, still waiting. It changed hands often. Each listing mentioned renovations, new beginnings, fresh starts, but the pattern never broke. Work would begin, then quietly stop. The house would return to the market, unfinished, as if gently refusing to be reshaped. I don't know what it's like inside those walls. I've never stepped through the door. But I imagine the rooms holding onto echoes, tools set down and never picked back up, plans abandoned mid-thought. Not because of anything dramatic or supernatural, but because some places ask for patience and understanding before they allow themselves to be lived in again. The cemetery taught me that not everything rests easily. Some stories remain just beneath the surface, waiting in silence. And as the night grows quieter and the world slows its pace, it's comforting to remember that listening, really listening, is sometimes enough. As we let that thought settle, the darkness gently stretches on, making space for the next quiet story to drift into view. I spent most of my childhood surrounded by silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that lingers in hallways long after footsteps have faded. I grew up inside a funeral home, where even the walls seemed to whisper softly, and where sadness rested gently in the air, like dust that never quite settled. By the time I was 15, the building felt almost like a second skin to me. I knew the slow creak of the doors, the way the lights hummed late at night, and how voices naturally lowered themselves the moment they crossed the threshold. I helped in the office after school, filing paperwork, answering phones, doing quiet tasks meant for someone unnoticed and unremembered. It was during one of those ordinary afternoons that the phone rang. The sound cut through the stillness in a way I had grown used to. Yet something about that call felt heavier than the rest. A man was on the line. His voice was calm, but hollow. He told us his wife and infant child had been killed. In the days that followed, the funeral home changed. The air felt thicker. Conversations were shorter. News vans parked outside, their engines idling softly like distant thunder. The story had spread quickly. People whispered about it in grocery stores, their voices filled with disbelief and quiet fear. When the viewing was arranged, police officers were everywhere. They stood quietly along the walls, pretending to be just another part of the room. Cameras were hidden in corners. Eyes were always watching. In the center of it all, the mother lay peacefully, her arms carefully positioned around her baby, as if still protecting them. I was given a simple job. I collected the small flower cards attached to each bouquet, reading the names written in careful handwriting. Every so often, I would walk over to the husband and gently ask if any of the names felt familiar to him. He always answered slowly, thoughtfully. His eyes were red, his posture collapsed inward, as though grief had folded him into himself. Afterward, I would photocopy the cards and return them to their places, slipping quietly back into the background where I belonged. I spoke with him often during those long hours. He thanked me every time, his voice barely above a whisper. He spoke about his wife with tenderness, about how quiet the house felt now, about how he couldn't remember the last time he had slept through the night. There was nothing about him that felt wrong, nothing sharp, nothing unsettling, only a man surrounded by loss, standing beneath soft lights and gentle music. Later, I overheard fragments of conversations between the officers. They had very little to work with. No clear trail. No obvious suspect. Just one strange detail that didn't quite fit. There had been a witness. A small child from nearby, only 3 years old. She had seen someone leaving the house on the day it happened. Someone she recognized. Someone familiar. As the truth slowly surfaced, it felt unreal, like listening to a story meant for someone else. The man she had identified wasn't a stranger. He was the husband's closest friend. The quiet horror of it settled in gradually, not as a shock, but as a slow, sinking realization. The two men had planned it together. A terrible agreement made in secret, believing no one would ever notice or remember. But a child did. Her soft voice, calm and certain, was enough. Eventually, one of them broke. The story unraveled piece by piece, until there was nothing left to hide. They were both taken away, convicted on multiple charges. Their lives reduced to cold hallways and locked doors. All because a 3-year-old spoke the truth as she saw it. What stays with me isn't the crime itself. It's the memory of standing beside that man again and again, listening to him speak of love and loss, never once sensing the darkness so close to the surface. I often think about how quietly evil can exist. How easily it can blend into polite conversation and gentle smiles. That realization changed the way I see people, and the way I listen to silence. Even now, when the world grows quiet, I remember the soft lights of that room, the sound of pages turning, and the unsettling truth that sometimes the most frightening things never raise their voice. And as the rain continues to fall outside, washing the night in steady, soothing rhythms, we move gently onward, into the next story, waiting patiently in the dark. Crescent moon. Some memories don't arrive loudly. They drift in slowly, like a chill moving through a quiet room. Even years later, they settle gently in the back of the mind, waiting for still moments to resurface. I was very young when my grandmother became ill. The house felt different then, muted, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Hospice equipment hummed softly in the background, and sunlight filtered through curtains that were rarely opened all the way. Adults spoke in low voices, careful and tired. I didn't fully understand what was happening, only that something important was slowly slipping away. During those weeks, my grandfather seemed distant. I didn't notice it at the time, but later I learned that while my grandmother was fading, he was already drifting elsewhere. After she passed, the air in our family changed completely. There were arguments behind closed doors, hushed phone calls, and long silences that felt heavier than shouting ever could. What no one told me then, but what I learned much later, was that my grandmother had quietly made changes before she became too weak. With the help of her twin sister, she ensured her children would be cared for. That choice, small and sensible on paper, became a breaking point for someone already unraveling. When the woman my grandfather had been seeing walked away from him, something inside him collapsed. The world, it seemed, stopped obeying whatever rules he believed it followed. The adults around me began moving with urgency, fear hiding behind forced calm. I remember unfamiliar faces outside houses, radios crackling softly, and a sense that we were being watched, not in danger yet, but close to it. For days, the television showed blurred images and serious expressions. I recognized faces from family photographs flashing briefly across the screen. Police stood quietly outside homes, their presence both reassuring and terrifying. No one explained much to me. They didn't need to. Fear has a way of teaching children without words. Then came the phone calls. I remember the sound of the phone ringing too loudly in a quiet house. When I picked it up and handed it to my mother, her face changed instantly. She sank down, holding the receiver, tears falling freely. When the call ended, she didn't speak. She never told me what was said. Some words, I learned, are too heavy to share. Later, I learned that my grandfather had gone to my grandmother's resting place, that he reached out one last time, speaking softly to his children. His story ended there, surrounded by flashing lights and voices carried by the wind. Even now, that part feels unreal, like something read in a newspaper rather than lived through. Years have passed, but the silence remains. My family rarely speaks of him or of those days. A photograph still sits quietly in my mother's house. When I notice it, a cold feeling moves through me. Not sharp, just deep. I think about how someone can carry love and darkness at the same time, and how fragile the line between them can be. It's a quiet fear, the kind that doesn't scream. The realization that ordinary lives can change without warning. That sometimes, the scariest things don't arrive as monsters in the dark, but as people we once trusted. The house is calm now. The past rests where it belongs, softened by time and distance. And as that memory gently fades, it leaves space for another story to drift in, slow, quiet, and waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Some places feel welcoming the moment you step inside. Others appear perfect, yet leave a quiet weight in the chest. This is a story about listening to that feeling. The kind that whispers instead of shouting. Back in the mid-2000s, my family was preparing for a change. My older sister had accepted a new job in a different city, and with that came the careful search for a place she could call home. We spent long days walking through neighborhoods, climbing stairwells, peering into sunlit rooms, imagining future routines. There was excitement in the air, mixed with the gentle anxiety that comes with starting over. Eventually, we found an apartment that seemed almost too ideal. It sat in a quiet, well-kept area, tucked away from the noise of the main roads. The building itself looked warm and orderly, with soft-colored walls and balconies that caught the evening breeze. All the residents were working women, which made my parents feel reassured. The rent was reasonable. The commute was perfect. On paper, there was nothing to question. My sister met the landlady first. She spoke kindly, smiled easily, and appeared attentive in a way that felt comforting. Everything moved quickly, as good opportunities often do. The only remaining step was for my parents to meet her and finalize the paperwork. That meeting was brief, polite, uneventful, at least on the surface. Yet when we left, my mother grew unusually quiet. Later that evening, she told us something she couldn't quite explain. She said she felt unsettled, not frightened, just uneasy, as if something beneath the surface didn't match what was being shown. She suggested we keep looking. At the time, it felt overly cautious. We were disappointed, especially my sister. Logical reasons were easier to grasp than vague feelings. But my parents trusted my mother's intuition, and slowly, reluctantly, we resumed the search. Life moved on. My sister found another place. The city became familiar. That almost apartment faded into memory, reduced to a brief "what if?" About a year later, a small article appeared in the local newspaper. It described an arrest, a landlady, an investigation that had taken months. There were mentions of rituals, secrecy, and residents who had vanished quietly, one by one. The details were sparse, written in careful language, but the meaning was clear enough to chill the room. It was the same building, the same woman. I remember rereading the article several times, my hands cold despite the heat. I imagined those hallways at night, the locked doors, the quiet routines that masked something deeply wrong. I thought about how easily my sister could have been one of those residents, coming home each evening unaware. What stayed with me most was how close we had come, not saved by evidence or logic, but by a feeling that couldn't be explained. A simple moment of discomfort that redirected an entire future. Even now, years later, I think about that apartment sometimes. About how danger doesn't always announce itself. How it can sit calmly, smile politely, and wait. And as that thought gently settles, the night continues. Quiet, watchful, and full of stories still unfolding, each one drifting softly toward the next. Sleep can be a gentle refuge, a quiet place where the world softens its edges, and worries lose their shape. For me, it became something deeper, something that did not want to let go. I've always understood how addiction works, at least in theory. People cling to things that bring comfort, screens glowing late into the night, the warmth of a drink, the pull of habits that promise relief. It's never shocking. It's human. My own life, at 23, felt paused. I wasn't working. I wasn't in love. I still lived in my parents' home, surrounded by familiar voices and routines that no longer quite fit me. Days passed quietly, almost invisibly, and I often felt like I was watching life rather than participating in it. So I found a way to step aside. I didn't escape through substances or reckless choices. I escaped through sleep. Not gentle afternoon naps or early nights. Real, deep sleep. The kind that folds hours together until they feel like moments. I slept most of the day, every day, drifting in and out of dreams so often that waking life became the interruption. I still woke long enough to eat, to scroll through my phone, to reassure everyone that I was fine. And I believed that myself. I wasn't addicted, I told myself. I was just resting, recovering, waiting for something to change. But the house had begun to feel heavier. My family worried in quiet ways. Soft voices in the hallway. Long looks when they thought I wasn't paying attention. My grandmother worried the most. She would sit at the edge of my bed and tell me stories from our culture, old warnings wrapped in gentle superstition. She said that sleeping too much could pull a person away from the waking world, that if you stayed too long in dreams, you might forget how to return. I smiled and dismissed it. Her voice trembled too much for me to take it seriously. Old stories, old fears. Nothing more. At least, that's what I told myself. Lately, though, something has felt different. This morning, I woke with a strange surge of clarity, a sudden desire to move, to stretch, to stand, to do something, anything with my body. It felt unfamiliar, like motivation borrowed from someone else. But when I tried to sit up, nothing happened. My mind was awake. My room looked exactly as it always did. Sunlight filtered softly through the curtains. The air was still. Yet my body refused to respond, as if it had forgotten how. It reminded me of sleep paralysis, except there was no fear, no shadow, no presence pressing down. Just stillness and waiting. Time passed in a way I couldn't measure. Then my bedroom door opened. My grandmother stepped inside. She looked at me, lying there so peacefully, and her face changed. Her hands flew to her mouth, and she began to cry. Quietly at first, then with a sound that trembled through the room. I wanted to ask her what was wrong. I wanted to tell her I was awake, that I could hear her, that I was right here, but my lips would not move. She whispered my name like a goodbye. Now I'm still here, resting in the same position, wrapped in the same calm. My thoughts drift slowly, like they're being carried somewhere gentle and far away. I don't feel scared, just distant. The room feels cooler than before, comfortingly so. Maybe sleep really is a place you can get lost in. And maybe, for some of us, it feels too peaceful to ever leave. As my thoughts grow quieter and softer, I let them fade. making space for another story to rise, just beyond the edge of dreaming. It was a bright afternoon, the kind that feels harmless and ordinary. Sunlight spilled across the road, and the noise of the market slowly faded behind me. That was when a child's quiet question stopped me in my tracks. I had just stepped away from the crowded stalls, the air still carrying the scent of spices and warm bread. People moved past me in steady streams, laughter and bargaining blending into a soft hum. As I adjusted the bag on my shoulder, I noticed a small boy standing a short distance away, completely still. He held a lollipop near his mouth, forgotten. His eyes were fixed on me, wide with curiosity rather than fear. When our gazes met, he tilted his head slightly and asked, in a voice far too gentle to be rude, why I was wearing a mask. I smiled without thinking and told him the truth. I said it wasn't a mask at all. It was simply my face. The boy frowned, studying me carefully. He pointed out that my face was much darker than the rest of my skin, smooth and even, almost like it had been painted. His words weren't cruel, only honest. Children often see things adults pretend not to notice. I told him it was a long story. He leaned closer, eager to hear it. So I bent down, lowered my voice, and offered him a strange little warning instead. Something soft. Something small. I told him not to drink too much tea. When I was a child, tea was comfort. It was warmth in the mornings and calm in the evenings. My mother made it with care, pouring it slowly, letting the steam rise as if it carried peace with it. At first, I drank it only once or twice a day, always under her watchful eye. Over time, it became more than a routine. A cup in the morning turned into one after meals. One after meals turned into several throughout the day. My mother would scold me gently, telling me that too much tea would darken my face, that habits always leave their mark. I laughed back then. I told her that if she didn't want me to drink it, she shouldn't make it taste so perfect. My friends noticed too. They joked about how quickly I drank it, how naturally I reached for another cup. They said my face always looked flushed, warm, alive. I took it as a compliment. Everything felt harmless then. Time passed, as it always does, and life shifted quietly. One day, my mother was gone. The house grew quieter after that. Not empty, just hollow in a way that echoes lingered longer. Tea became my anchor. I drank it when I missed her. I drank it when the rooms felt too still. When I stepped outside, I carried it with me, sealed in bottles, always within reach. It no longer tasted the same. No matter how carefully I brewed it, something was missing. Still, I kept drinking. Each cup felt like a fragile connection to her voice, her hands, her presence. My father worried. He raised his voice more often, asked me to stop, begged me to slow down. I promised him I would. Sometimes I meant it. Other times, I hid the tea instead. Slowly, my body began to change. Sleep became restless. My thoughts grew heavier. The mirror reflected exhaustion I didn't remember earning. My face flushed more often now, the warmth lingering long after the cups were empty. One night, I barely slept at all. When morning came, something felt wrong, not sharp or painful, but deeply unfamiliar. A strange heat settled beneath my skin, like a memory trying to surface. I tried to reach the sink, to splash water on my face, but my legs weakened. The room tilted gently, and the world dimmed. When I woke again, everything was quiet. I stood before the mirror with careful steps, afraid of what I might see. The reflection that looked back at me felt distant, like a version of myself shaped by time and choices I hadn't noticed making. My face was darker now, smooth, even, almost unreal. I remembered my mother's voice then, soft and playful, echoing from years ago. A simple warning wrapped in affection. My father came home soon after. The sound of the door opening startled him into silence. When he saw me, fear flickered across his face before confusion settled in. I spoke quickly, telling him it was still me, that I was still here. We searched for answers together. Doctors offered explanations that felt incomplete, words that described symptoms without touching their meaning. Life adjusted itself around my reflection, and eventually so did I. I learned to let go of the habit. Slowly, carefully, my strength returned, piece by piece. The world continued, as it always does, indifferent yet steady, but some things stay. Tea still carries memory. Warmth still brings her back to me, if only for a moment. And sometimes, when a child looks at me with innocent curiosity, I remember how stories begin quietly, just like this one. And as the noise of the market fades once more, another tale waits patiently in the background, ready to unfold. Some connections don't end when people part ways. They linger quietly, like a familiar song remembered only at night. Sometimes they return without warning, soft, uninvited, and strangely timed. This is one of those moments that still feels wrapped in silence. In my mid-20s, I started working at a new company with a manager who seemed to bring warmth into every room she entered. She was calm, kind, and carried herself with an easy confidence that made the days feel lighter. Over time, a gentle closeness formed between us. It wasn't rushed, and it wasn't loud. It simply happened, quietly, behind closed doors and shared glances. We kept things private. She was older than me by quite a bit, and while the difference never bothered us much of the time, it lingered in the background like a clock ticking softly. We stayed together for several years. It was real. It mattered. And when it eventually ended, it didn't end sharply. It faded the way daylight does, leaving behind a long dusk of unanswered thoughts. Years passed. I found myself working at a small, family-run business, a place with creaking floors and familiar faces. In a twist that felt almost too neat, I'd gotten the job thanks to a glowing reference from her. Our lives had brushed past each other once again, briefly, before moving on. One quiet Saturday night, I sat alone on my couch, the room lit only by a lamp that hummed softly. Rain tapped faintly against the window. Loneliness settled in, not painfully, just heavily. Without really thinking, I stood up and opened the closet, pulling out an old bag filled with forgotten technology. Old phones, tangled cords, devices that still held pieces of who I used to be. I charged one of the phones and waited as it slowly came back to life. Scrolling through it felt like stepping into a different version of myself. Old messages, old jokes, old tenderness. Eventually, I found the conversation between us. I read through it slowly, letting memories drift back in gentle waves. Her warmth felt close again, almost present, preserved in words and images that time hadn't erased. That night passed quietly. Monday morning arrived like any other. The office buzzed softly with routine sounds, keyboards, footsteps, low conversation. Then one of my coworkers approached me, her voice hushed in that way people speak when they already know the weight of what they're about to say. She asked if I'd heard about Jessica. The name seemed to echo. She told me that Jessica had passed away over the weekend, peacefully, in her sleep. When she didn't show up for work, someone requested a wellness check. That was how she was found. Everything inside me went still. I realized then how close in time it all was. That I had been holding that old phone, reading our words, remembering her, possibly while she was already gone, or just moments before. The thought settled over me like a cold mist, not frightening, but deeply unsettling in its quiet coincidence. I shared this with my coworker, my voice barely above a whisper. She shivered and said the feeling ran straight up her spine. Even now, I don't know why I felt drawn to that phone that night. Why, after so long, I suddenly needed to revisit those memories. There was no sound, no sign, just a pull I couldn't explain. Some connections don't announce themselves when they return. They simply arrive, softly, and leave us wondering what called us back in the first place. As that thought drifts away, the night grows calm again, gently making space for the next quiet story waiting just beyond the dark. The warning arrived softly, like a lullaby spoken too close to the ear. It asked for calm, for stillness, for trust in staying unseen. And in the quiet that followed, the city seemed to hold its breath. The message repeated in a slow, even tone, echoing through my phone as I lay half awake in bed. It wasn't frantic. It wasn't rushed. It was measured, careful, almost gentle, like someone trying not to startle a sleeping child. The words urged isolation, silence, patience. They promised help. They promised safety. And somehow, that made the unease settle deeper. I rose slowly, the apartment dim and hushed, as if sound itself had stepped outside and closed the door behind it. The air felt heavy, unmoving. When I reached the hallway, I stopped. At the end of it stood my front door, just as it always had. Beside it, the tall frosted glass panel, meant to blur the world beyond, held a shape that did not belong there. A shadow rested against the glass. It was human in outline, yet strangely unfinished, as if the idea of a person had been pressed into the pane and left there to cool. It did not move when I whispered. It did not react when I stepped back. Slowly, more shadows joined it, filling the glass with quiet silhouettes, shoulder to shoulder, patient and waiting. I retreated to my bedroom, my heart steady but alert, and reached for my phone. Messages arrived one after another, each vibrating gently, insistently. Familiar names, familiar words, invitations spoken with warmth, comfort offered in voices I loved. Each one asked me to look outside, to open the door, to trust them. But the warning echoed in my mind, steady as a heartbeat. Do not look. Do not open. Remain inside. When the doorbell rang, it did so politely. Once. Then again. The sound was almost friendly. I noticed then how quiet everything else had become. No traffic, no distant sirens, no wind. The city had gone completely still, like a paused recording. The shape at the glass lifted an arm, fingers tapping lightly, rhythmically. The sound was soft, almost soothing, like rain against a window. Somewhere below, a voice cried out, confused, frightened, but it faded quickly into something indistinct. The shadow did not react. It simply waited. Days passed that way. Time stretched and blurred, measured only by the dimming of daylight through closed curtains and the steady tapping at windows and doors. I rationed water. I slept often. The voices outside changed, sometimes calm, sometimes pleading, but always familiar, always convincing. Then came another alert. It spoke of rescue, of safety, of doors meant to be opened. Through the frosted glass, shapes moved differently this time, sharper, more purposeful. A voice called out, official and reassuring, claiming the danger had passed. I wanted to believe it. I wanted the sun again. I wanted the world back. But something felt wrong. The shadows behind the glass all turned at once, their attention focused inward. Waiting, expecting. I stepped away. Weeks later, when another message finally came, soft, conclusive, almost tender, it spoke of departure. of the end of the event, of the sky clearing and the world returning to itself. I opened the curtains just enough to let light touch my face, careful not to look too far. The warmth felt real, solid, safe. I stayed inside. And now, as the city slowly remembers how to breathe again, I sit in the quiet and listen to the rain beginning outside. Somewhere far away, something moves on to its next place, its next waiting door. But for now, the night is calm. The room is still. And the next story is already drifting closer, soft and patient, ready to be heard when sleep comes. Some instruments ask to be played. Others seem to listen first. Late at night, when the room is quiet and the air feels expectant, you can almost sense which kind you're holding. I first encountered the theremin during a season of long evenings and too much silence. It stood on my desk like a delicate artifact from another time, two slender antennae rising into the air, waiting patiently. No strings, no keys, just space. You don't touch a theremin. You shape the invisible around it, guiding sound with nothing more than careful movement and breath. From the very first note, I felt both powerful and unsteady, as though I were balancing between intention and accident. I taught myself slowly, guided by quiet tutorials and patient repetition. There was a pitch guide at first, a soft glow on the screen that showed where my hands were drifting. I practiced scales, hovering my fingers in the air, learning how distance became tone. Night after night, I turned the assistance down until I no longer needed it. My hands learned what my eyes once did. The sound began to feel less like something I made, and more like something I uncovered. Before long, the music followed me even when I wasn't playing. The gentle, wavering notes seemed woven into the walls, lingering after I powered the instrument down. What began as a curious hobby became a constant companion. When I stood over it, coaxing a single trembling note into being, I felt aligned, quietly certain that this was where I belonged, conducting a small, invisible orchestra in the dark. The change was subtle at first. One evening, after a long session, I unplugged the theremin and turned away. The room was still. Then, a sound. Soft. Continuous. The screen was dark, the power cable coiled neatly on the desk, yet the tone remained low and mournful, like a distant voice humming to itself. I didn't move right away. I simply listened. There was something unmistakably emotional in it, something tired and heavy, as if the sound itself needed rest. From then on, I stayed a little longer after practicing. I sat across from the instrument, hands folded, letting the quiet tones drift and settle. It felt less like performance and more like company. I didn't think of spirits or ghosts. Those ideas never fit comfortably in my mind. But I've always believed in small, unexplainable wonders. In moments where meaning appears without asking permission. One night, without warning, the screen lit up on its own. No power, no touch. Pale symbols appeared, not matching any scale I knew. The notes they represented felt tilted, as though they belonged just beside the ones we use every day. Slowly, carefully, letters formed. Simple, uneven, honest. She is sad. I stepped back, heart steady but alert, and let the room go quiet again. Sleep came slowly that night. I wondered how much of the music had ever truly been mine. I carried the theremin to a music shop the next day, hoping for a technical explanation, something grounded and ordinary. The technician listened, tested, frowned gently, and admitted he had no answer. I thanked him and took her home, the way one brings back a friend who didn't feel welcome elsewhere. That evening, I spoke softly into the room, not playing, just asking, "Who is sad?" The reply came not as sound, but as light. "I am." I understood then that if I played again, something would change. And when I did, I didn't chase notes anymore. I allowed them. The screen filled with unfamiliar symbols, ancient and tender, until they dissolved into pure glow. The lights faded. The room emptied of edges. Now, the theremin rests quietly in my office, its screen dark, its antennae still. And I write this from a place that feels strangely complete. I don't know where she is, or where I am, exactly. But I am not alone. The music continues, softer than ever. And as this note fades into silence, another story is already waiting. Gentle, distant, and ready to be heard when you are. There are moments from childhood that never quite fade. They don't shout for attention or demand explanation. They simply linger, quiet and unfinished, waiting for the mind to wander back to them. Usually at night, when everything else has gone still. When I think back to that evening, it feels like the world was holding its breath. I was young, carefree in the way only children can be, playing outside our apartment complex with two of my cousins. We moved easily between familiar buildings, cutting across the parking lot the way we always did, our footsteps light against the cooling pavement. The sun had just dipped below the rooftops. Not dark enough to be frightening, not bright enough to feel completely safe. The air had that gentle chill that settles in after a warm day, carrying the scent of concrete, faint exhaust, and freshly watered grass. Everything felt ordinary, comfortably so. We were laughing, half listening to one another, when something shifted the rhythm of the evening. One of us stopped walking. Across the parking lot, near a parked car, there was movement. At first, my mind tried to make sense of it in familiar terms. A man, maybe. Someone climbing, adjusting, doing something mundane. But the longer I looked, the less those explanations fit. The figure was tall, taller than any person I had ever seen, but not in a strong or grounded way. He was thin to the point of seeming unfinished, as though pieces of him had been stretched too far. His skin appeared gray, flat and dull, absorbing the dim light instead of reflecting it. He didn't hurry. Every movement was slow and deliberate, unbothered by time or audience. He climbed onto the hood of the car with a careful ease, metal whispering softly beneath him. The sound was faint, but it carried clearly in the quiet of the lot. Then, just as calmly, he pulled himself over the fence behind it. One long limb dragged briefly across the wires, not snagging, not resisting, almost as if he were simply testing the shape of the boundary. What unsettled me most was what he didn't do. He never looked at us. Not once did his head turn in our direction. There was no startle, no pause, no curiosity. We stood there, 3 children frozen in place, and yet it felt as though we didn't exist at all. As if we weren't worth acknowledging. None of us spoke. Words felt heavy and unnecessary. Our stomachs tightened with a quiet, unfamiliar tension. Something instinctive, something we didn't yet have a name for. When the figure disappeared beyond the fence, the night seemed to exhale. We went inside without saying much, the way children do when they sense something is wrong but don't know how to explain it. The next day, curiosity pulled us back. In the clear light of morning, the parking lot looked normal again. The same cars, the same fence, the same familiar path we crossed every day. We told ourselves we had imagined it. That dusk had played tricks on us. But the car was still there. On its back windshield, marks lingered, long, smeared impressions that didn't look like simple touches. They stretched farther than hands should, trailing across the glass as though something had been drawn slowly along its surface. The marks hadn't been placed, they had been dragged. I remember feeling a tightness in my chest, dry and hollow, as if the air around that car had thickened overnight. Behind it, along the fence, the metal bent inward. The wires bowed slightly, scored in places where something had pressed through. The spacing was wrong. Too wide. Too deliberate. Those marks stayed there for months, unnoticed by most, like a quiet warning written in a language no one wanted to read. After that, things changed in small ways. One of my cousins began having nightmares. They never screamed or thrashed, just woke up shaken, describing the same dream again and again. The tall man would appear on the other side of a fence, always just out of reach. Always watching, though never directly. The same gray emptiness. The same calm indifference. No threat. No chase. Just the certainty of distance. And the feeling that whatever stood beyond that boundary was never meant to cross fully into our understanding. Even now, when I pass a quiet parking lot at dusk, when fences cast long shadows and the air cools too quickly, I think of that night. Of how some things don't need to chase you to be frightening. They only need to exist. And as the evening settles deeper, and one story fades gently into the next, the world grows quiet again, ready for another memory to rise, softly, from the dark.